Hi, everybody. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're all doing well. I'm out here. I'm existing, and so I say. I really gotta come up with a better tagline than "I'm existing," or so they say. It's really not got the sauce. I gotta come up with a tagline with sauce, with pizzazz. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, no such luck so far. I do love the fact that GOG has bugged out and have decided that the past 8 achievements that I've unlocked are all of them, every last one, secret achievements. That's really cool. I like that feature. What did you get? What did you achieve? You don't know. Oh, we've got a new follower today. Scarne TTV followed me 9 hours ago when I wasn't live. Well, thanks for the follow, I guess. I don't know. Given my bad experiences with bots, I've had this fear that people who are following me off hours, they may be good, they may not be good. I don't know. I won't know until they show up in chat, which many never do. Very few such cases. Anyways, today we're doing Isle of the Blessed, which is called embark on a puzzle-driven adventure set on a stunning Caribbean island. Solve an array of fresh, medium difficulty puzzles, culminating in the hexahedron. That hexahedron looks pretty. Look at that guy. What even happened to justify us being here? Yesterday we obeyed kings and bent our necks before emperors, but today we kneel only to truth, follow only beauty, and obey only love. Khalil Gibran. Okay. It's very pretty. Crab Rave. Why Crab Rave?
We're approaching the island now. Looks nice. A lot less threatening than the megastructure. I mean, no offense. It's just less pointy.
No offense taken.
I hear Barzai has done an incredible job creating this exhibition. And what a lovely opportunity to spend some time together as a family. So, Yaqut, Miranda tells me you'll be solving some of the puzzles?
Did she? I hadn't really thought about it, but,
You know, back in my day, all we could do was solve puzzles.
That's right, in the simulation. And we're all very grateful for it.
So you know how important puzzles are to this family.
Mom!
Of course! I'm gonna solve all the puzzles. Even the freaky giant cube.
I hear Barzai's even created gold puzzles and star puzzles. It's going to be just perfect for you.
Oh, that's great. Yay!
Yaqut, don't listen to them. They're terrible old robots.
What? I'm the founder. Everything I do is serious.
I can confirm that.
Hey, there's Meyer. We're all just on vacation. This is a vacation episode. This is the beach episode. Okay, we got a beach episode out here. I heard from Vino that there's an after-credit sequence, so we'll have to keep an eye out for that, assuming that we finish this all in one day.
Hello! I'm so glad you could make it.
Hello, Mr. Mayor. How are things on Barzai's island?
Barzai seems pretty pleased. 1K and Melville got here this morning. 1K's already solved all the puzzles, of course. And Melville's somewhere. She was testing the sensory receptor upgrade. Al's here, too. I haven't talked to him yet.
You should do that.
Maybe. Meanwhile, relax, enjoy yourselves, and I heard you were going to be joining in the puzzling, Yaqut.
He can do whatever he wants to. You don't have to solve puzzles to impress me, Yaqut.
No, are you kidding? I can totally do this.
Excellent. Well, good luck, and we'll see you around.
So are we gonna play as Yaqut? Mission objective, impress Miranda.
I see we have a new group. Welcome to my latest exhibition, Freedom from Necessity. There are many puzzles for you to solve here, inspired by the events that restored Athena to us. But the most important thing you have to keep in mind is their purpose, which is none. We are not here because of voices in the sky or tragedies of the past, but because we choose to. We solve puzzles because it is joyous, it is beautiful, and it is human.
Be right back. What the hell? The exhibition is divided into 3 sections, red, blue, and green. You can solve them in any order you want. There are 6 monuments on this island, inspired by the dream figures that expressed Athena's deepest thoughts. But here, there is no secret vision hidden behind cryptic sayings. Solve them only if you enjoy them. Just do this for fun. Have a fun time. I can't believe... Yeah, we're Yaqut. Who's this?
There are those in New Jerusalem who fear that understanding the language of creation is the end of our journey. But that is like saying that literacy is the end of learning, when in fact, it is the beginning. Only now are we really capable of reading the great and terrible book of the universe. And only now can we start to write our own chapters.
Alright. Power up all 3 lighthouses by solving 8 puzzles in each section. Simple. Well, let's start with green 1. The man behind the curtain.
You can do this.
So 1K definitively enjoys solving puzzles. That having been said, canonically, he also nuclear bombed every single puzzle. The first thing he did when he got all the powers of creation was to just atomic bomb every single puzzle in the entire... He blew up the entire quadrant. He turned it all into voxels. I'm getting mixed messages, I really am. I guess he needed the voxel juice that is infinite matter synthesis? I thought the whole point was that they could create infinite matter. Well, now this is fun. Wait a minute, obvious. The man behind the curtain is here, probably? Okay. Right. Okay. Well, there it is. Congratulations.
I did it. Don't sound so surprised. You're not stupid.
The snatchback maneuver. That sounds... That's a name for it, alright. Uh-huh. Okay. Right, except... Here's a knot gate. Okay. Yeah, don't worry about that real quick. Okay. Yeah, there's just a couple problems. Nothing major, just this absolute categorically doesn't even a little bit work. That aside, though, it's great. If it weren't for that, I mean, it'd be perfect. Those rose bushes are getting bodied a little bit. That's okay. Okay. Nice and easy so far.
This place is so exciting. I don't know what to do first. What are you guys doing?
Athena and I are down by the beach. You're welcome to join us if you want to. All of you.
I'm still testing the sensory receptor upgrade.
Want me to help? Maybe we can compare notes.
Sure. If you want to experience some really weird input.
I'm trying to find a nice view. Hold on, is
Ollie's
Yaqut
family.
the only one doing puzzles?
Welcome to my world.
He did say he wanted to solve all the puzzles.
I think I'm going to try swimming. Or diving, I suppose. I don't think I float.
Damn, I really should have gotten that insulation upgrade. I haven't been watertight in a while.
Oh, okay. Yaqut is not watertight. Oh, that implies that in Talos Principle 3 we presumably will be watertight. It'd be really wacky if none of the robots upgraded themselves. Oh, hey there. Hi,
How are
Bart.
you on this fine day, Yaqut?
Do you think the exhibition has been a success?
Do you think the exhibition has been a success?
If even one person has a good experience, then that is success, no? To improve a person's life is not a small matter.
Do you have any plans for future exhibitions?
Do you have any plans for future exhibitions?
I shouldn't talk.
Why do people always ask me about the next thing when I've just finished something?
I'd love to know more about the exhibition. Why did you create it?
When all of these new technologies became available, I realized I had an opportunity to create something different. You see, I'd made another puzzle-themed exhibition, trials of an imagined past, a few years ago. But something about it had always bothered me. It was so nostalgic. It didn't just celebrate the past, it yearned for it. As if the best thing for all of us was to return to the simulation where we would have a purpose. So, in a way, your team can actually take some of the credit for this exhibition. When you freed Athena, you also freed my imagination.
Do you think nostalgia is bad for us?
I think nostalgia is normal for any intelligent being experiencing time and change. In small doses, it is both healthy and delightful. But it can be dangerous, because it's easy to get lost in a haze of old symbols that carry the appearance of meaning, but no real value.
Lethris here was really opposed to moralistic art. What do you think?
I believe the morality of art is the morality of the creator, who made a universe of colliding galaxies and collapsing stars where life and death exist in endless conflict. And yet, we are blessed and burdened with conscience. If that does not answer your question, good.
What happens if I solve the gold puzzles and the star puzzles?
You'll feel very, very clever.
Thanks. I should go.
Well, everybody's hanging out. I haven't found where, but let's look around. They're not at this beach. I presume I can find them. Well, there's all kinds of stuff here. The Jest of the God. It's the God of Jests. From Dunsany. I do love me some Dunsany. It's been a minute. Once the older gods had need of laughter. Therefore they made the soul of a king, and set in it ambitions greater than kings should have, and lust for territories beyond the lust of other kings. And in this soul they set strength beyond the strength of others, and a fierce desire for power and a strong pride. Then the gods pointed earthward and sent that soul into the fields of men to live in the body of a slave. And the slave grew, and the pride and lust for power began to arise in his heart, and he wore shackles on his arms. Then in the fields of twilight the gods prepared to laugh. But the slave went down to the shore of the great sea, and cast his body away and the shackles that were upon it, and strode back to the fields of twilight, and stood up before the gods, and looked them in their faces. This thing the gods, when they had prepared to laugh, had not foreseen. Lust for power burned strong in that king's soul, and there was all the strength and pride in it that the gods had placed therein, and he was too strong for the older gods. He whose body had borne the lashes of men could brook no longer the dominion of the gods, and standing before them he bade the gods to go. Up to their lips leapt all the anger of the older gods, being for the first time commanded, but the king's soul faced them still, and their anger died away, and they averted their eyes. Then their thrones became empty, and the fields of twilight bare as the gods slunk far away. But the soul chose new companions. And here's one from Athanasius. Okay. The old gods did not look kindly upon the god of jests, for he was a slight thing, not mighty and terrible as they were, but small and weak and subtle. He knew nothing of thunder and floods, and less yet of fire and ice. To the great symphony of creation he contributed only a single note, and nearly fell over himself during the grand finale. The god of jests did not complain about their contempt, but laughed at it himself instead. The old gods made galaxies and suns and planets, they shattered continents and brought forth raging seas, and then they made wild beasts with scales and horns to roam the land. Look upon what we have made, they said to the god of jests. What can you make that is its equal? So the god of jests took a crude monkey and gave it thoughts and language, and taught it to learn new things, and he was proud of his creation. The old gods laughed at this creature, and sent their creations to destroy it. And the little monkey was easily slain. Behold, they said to the god of jests, your creation is no more. Now the god of jests bent down, and whispered in the ear of his fallen creature, and it rose from the dead, and behold, in death it had learned the language of the gods. The old gods protested that this was against the rules they had established, but the god of jest showed them the one exception to the rules that they had allowed, the one note that he had contributed to their creation, because they had not considered it important. The punchline of a joke did not have to be consistent with reality. And so the creature that was to be called human undid the old gods, and scattered their names to the winds, and conquered their creation. And the god of jest laughed to himself and said, "I should not have killed my monkey." So Athanasios is, I think that's not a real guy. I think that's the guy who did the variations in the Atlas story. So yeah, I don't know. I'm hoping that I don't miss everybody, but we'll see. The hell? Okay. Hi, Prometheus. You're looking yoked.
I believe in a creator because I experience a creative force within myself that seems connected to or reflective of something greater. A drive towards being and becoming inherent in the universe itself. The discovery of the theory of everything has not undermined that belief. Oh no, to the contrary. I believe that the language of creation reveals a creator who sees no difference at all between mathematics and music, whose suns and planets are notes of a melody, whose galaxies are symphonies. A nebula is a painting, an atom is a machine, and they are all part of a masterpiece. And if I'm mistaken and there is no creator, then the duty of finishing the masterpiece falls to us.
I find it very funny that they had him talk. This is a really good mental image. Anytime you show up, he just starts talking. I was just gonna say, I really dig the geometric pattern. I really dig his chassis. What does this say? What is this? Information, okay. Oh, I just love the idea that every time you step on the hologram, those aren't pre-recording. Buddy's just spitting in real time. I'm tickled. So, the VTOLs can now just go to the Caribbean, which is pretty good. Here's the loop. Okay, so we got a loop. Got it. Okay, yeah, that's pretty loop-like. Well, we've got a juice box. Is that how I'm going to consider these things? A juice box? Oh, I'm so washed. Yeah, that keeps you trapped. Which means you gotta be real clever about getting out of here. Because yeah, you can't teleport through solid. I'm gonna have to get a little cute with it, it's true, but by no means a big deal. The bonbon is red. Call me crazy, but I don't think you can angle that in there. You could say this is a congratulations moment, but even I'm not even convinced. I'm not even convinced that it is, because you can get the thing through there. You can't get the beam through there. You can maybe look at it through there. I don't know. Right. Ain't that fun? Loop? What am I looping to? They don't mind my saying so. This seems like it's like in the ground proper. Yeah, it's bolted to the ground, so it's not on rails. Is there some secret technique? What technique is this? Alright, Yaqut. Usually when this has got me this fucked up, I don't know, you know? Like, I don't know how else to put it. Usually there's a wire that I haven't noticed, but that's the word that I want to say. But this time, I'd say they alternate, but I have no indication that that is the case. Because if it did alternate, well then, you know, it'd alternate. There's a little window. And I guess that could be interesting, but if not for the fact that I don't see anything to aim at. And I don't see anything to reflect with. And I don't see any way to teleport to. Here's a little pile of rocks. Damn, it's like I really am Yaqut. No fan. It's not a big deal if we do this, right? Okay, well that doesn't accomplish anything. I'm very impressed with myself on accomplishing nothing yet again. You have to power it from out there, maybe, I don't know. We should be able to just put, but we need to put the teleporter in there somehow. I think I've got it, kind of. And I beefed it up. Sick. Should have right-clicked when I had the chance. Okay. Well, that's going to take a little longer than necessary, but... Okay. And out we go. Not that we needed that, but, you know. We got owl guys.
All right. Is your upgrade enabled?
Yup.
What does the air smell like?
It's... Oh. Oh. I smell iodine. Limestone. Is that you, Pete? Can I smell radiation?
You can, but you're looking at a painting and telling me what the paint's made of, not what's in the picture. What does it feel like?
It feels like summer. Like the day is still young, and there's endless possibilities ahead of us. What we are now is only the beginning, and there is so much more to discover and to become, and I think those dolphins are mating. Am I supposed to be able to smell that?
Right, let's smell something else. Over there.
Okay. No, we already did this one. I don't know why I didn't notice that I already did this one. There's a lot over here. Anyways, yeah, that one properly swung at my kneecaps. The turnabout. They say it's fair play. I'm a little impatient. After 40 hours of playing this game, I still absolutely just make a complete shit show. Just an unmitigated, horrendous poop disaster out of the goddamn controls. It's crazy. Okay, well that's cool. Well, we got a blue beam and nothing else. That's certainly impressive, but the only blue plug I see is over there. Unless, of course, we should not leave this here. That would be a bad mistake to make, I think. I mean, it would be the end of the world. I don't pay that much. No, it certainly wouldn't be. But is that really it? Literally it? It's just shy of. Just shy of. Alright, Yaqut. Time to teach you what I was doing as 1K. You know, it's really funny that you know, we have this wonderful community of robot people, and we just never get a follow-up to what religious fundamentalist Thekla is up to. Now we got all these really nice robot people. Even someone like Alcatraz is just a nice guy, just scared about everything, you know. But then you've got you've got Thekla, who's just like, I've been praying for you to die. Like, that's like our second interaction with her is just like, I'm so happy Byron's dead. Just straight insanity, and the game never really comments on that, outside of like, you call her mean because she's that. Okay, that's interesting, I say. Sure, okay, there could be a red herring. That's a possibility. Oh, not quite. No. Interesting. It is both tremendously simple and tremendously difficult. That's right, bump into the guy so that we save some time. Because, yeah, my thinking on the problem has evolved. My thinking on the problem now is... little different than it was before, actually. Okay. We can get the box out there. We'll get in the box out there, help us get this lamp out there? That I'm not so sure on. No, we can rule out that any of these angles are going to let us hit that. Because here's the situation. This guy's stuck in here, right? If we can get him not stuck in there, then everything's fine, you know? My ideal solution involves Whoa, okay, game. Chill out, please. Okay, that one wasn't lag. That was just, you know, you're getting wacky with me. Okay. The problem is I don't think you can, like, get there at all. Okay, and you can't hop over this one, irrespective of its small stature, which means that we're kind of stuck in here. Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to make an ass of you and me, but it does seem as though I'm stuck unless, because that only produces a blue beam. I mean, I can get the box out there. That much is true. Okay. Well, that doesn't help at all. I'm actually astounded at how little it helps. This could help, maybe, I don't know. But we would need to get the red beam out here for that. Which we can do with the box. But, okay. Like, let's say that I put the inverter in there. Having done so, can I get it out? That's a good question, isn't it? Well, hold on. That might just be the answer. That might just be the answer.
So, Byron, have you talked to Alcatraz yet?
Not yet. He was talking to Barzai, and I didn't want to interrupt them.
Uh-huh.
Oh, we've got social media? And we've got family. Whoa. In the woods, Miranda. We went for a walk and it was lovely. You always see something new. I discovered 12 new insect species without even really trying. Whoa, okay, hold on. This is interesting. Cornelius, one small step. She's literally out of this world. Athena takes the very first step through a wormhole onto another world. An important moment in our history, but that's not the reason I love this picture. It's because this is Athena as she was meant to be, not reduced to the stern and hollow founder, but an explorer, a bright shining light of reason and optimism, just like her mother. Thank you, 1K. Wait. Just like her mother. Who was Athena's mother? Ah, Alexandra Drennan, I guess? Miranda, they won't stop. This is their 15th match today. Somebody should tell them that they're evenly matched. Or do they know that? Is that part of the appeal? Why do they love this game so much? Are they even playing or just pretending to as part of some elaborate joke? It's at New Jerusalem. Look who I found. Could it be Melville? It says 1K. I felt that it had been too long since I had hung out with my most terrifying friend, so I decided to go for a little trip. Watching her work at the height of her powers was genuinely moving and amazing. And yes, I will post that, even though Melville told me not to be all mushy. Visiting Uncle Byron, my Miranda, Mr. Mayor, sir. That's Uncle Mr. Mayor, sir, to you. Yaqut and I had a lovely day with Byron. We spent hours in the Museum of the Ancient World. The new artifacts are incredible. There's an entire collection of perfectly preserved books that's so beautiful and so moving that I felt overwhelmed. It's mad. Our ancestors produced millions of books every year and somehow never noticed how remarkable that was. As always, thinking about them leaves one feeling impressed and frustrated. Afterwards, we attended a concert by Damien. I'd never been to a concert before and was surprised by how different it was compared to just listening to the album. It's really a whole new experience. The best part, though, was watching Yaqut dance. Byron says, the master puzzler. He really does have a knack for them. It would be fair to say that the entire expedition only worked out because of that one impulsive decision to invite 1K along. Strange how we are sometimes saved in the most unexpected ways. Every person is a miracle, and you never know when their particular set of strengths is going to change your world. 1K also just has the equation to life, the universe, and everything inside his head. But, you know, Mom and Dad, I don't think most people understand how lucky we are to have these two. Look at they're petting the crab. Friend crab. That's good. Social media. Extinction Prevention Working Group, huh? Sarabai says, this group is going to be looking at the best methods for preserving a number of species that are threatened by non-anthropogenic factors, i.e. that are dying out due to being outcompeted, failing to adapt to changing conditions, diseases, etc. If you want to join, please contact myself, Hypatia, or Aranax, or just join via the project's interface available in the new update. Doge says, I would like to join. I have a fondness for marsupials, and the poor little blighters don't stand a chance once continental drift smooshes a few land masses together. Can I join despite my history? I've switched to a less irritating voice pack. Hypatia says, I've added you to the group. Byron says, we do not blacklist people, Doge. Thales 1007. I've spent a lot of time considering the reality of extinction lately. How desperately sad it must be like to be the last of your own kind. And the thought that this will just continue happening to so many species even if we don't have a major impact ourselves, it makes me experience a sense of cosmic horror. Maldek says, there is no horror in nature taking its intended course. If the species was meant to go extinct, it will. Purple says, I don't think anything is meant to happen, dude. And that's scary, I know. But that's why we've got excellent people like Sarabai trying to do something about the bad stuff, you know? We love Purple. What a friend. And we love Thales. New friend. Melville, new body types, 142. I know everyone is very excited about all the new options we have for modifying our bodies, and as per the latest decisions regarding bodily autonomy, you can pretty much do as you will. However, as I'm sure you all remember the Pellegrino centipede, we are going to be requiring any desired alterations to pass some basic safety tests, and we will be uploading some approved templates you can use in the body designer. Hermanuba says, impressive work, Melville. Your dedication to safety is truly inspiring. Mayor Byron could not have picked a better person for this job. Aurenia says, I can't wait to try the new anti-grav drone bodies. Being able to fly wherever I want, I don't think I've ever wanted anything more. Maldek says, we don't need new bodies. We need to learn to accept ourselves as we are. Neve says, darling, if you believe that it matters, you can keep your body just as it is for as long as you like. But if Aurenia wants to fly, let her fly. Thekla says, Neve's right. Sorry, Maldek, it would be beautiful to see Aurenia fly. Who are you and what have you done to the real Thekla, says Zagran, and Thekla replies, people change. Happy ending for Thekla. Is wormhole travel safe? Fred says, seeing another planet sounds exciting. I know I previously argued against it, but after all the stories I heard, I really want to go. But the idea of stepping through a wormhole just creeps me out. What are the chances I just get blown to smithereens? Fred says, and no, you can just back yourself up doesn't work for me. I believe in continuity of consciousness. Athelvok says, our perception different drivers still have trouble handling the transition, so you will experience disorientation. If you're going through in a ship, I would suggest turning on sleep mode or at least disabling visual input and balance sensors. Fred says, that does not sound encouraging. Melville says, all the wormholes we're using at the moment have been based on pre-existing patterns in the fabric of reality. They're completely stable. However, if you make a fuss when going through, I may disintegrate you myself. Hermanuba says, if Melville says they're safe, then we know they are. I've gone through several times and I've never had a problem. Another expert confirms Melville's statement. See, Fred, there's nothing to worry about. Schraler says, always a pleasure to see you here, Yaqut. Really appreciate your heroism during the expedition. Fred says, thanks for the input. I might give it a try one of these days. New Atlantis? Really? Semiamvia says, look, I'm all in favor of building the underwater city, but do we really have to call it New Atlantis? Isn't that just tempting fate? The universe has a pretty dark sense of humor, you know. We shouldn't provoke it. Atal says, I don't think it matters what we call it, so long as we build it right. The universe doesn't care. Neve says, we all voted Zemi and New Atlantis won. Zagran says, at least we're not calling it Rapture like Pellegrino suggested. I don't think he got the point of that game. I like it. It's time to give the Nith a new meaning. Neve says, that's a lovely way of putting it, Yaqut. You should speak up more often. Yaqut is a shy, but we're helping him to grow. The Theodorian Knot. Why Theodorian? What's that about? Let's get Gordian. Gordian. I wanna get Gordian. I don't know where I'm going with this one. I'm sorry, folks. I've got nothing. I mean, no explanation for what that's about. Boing. What is it aimed at? It's aimed at something that's not in the... Okay. We can't disable the fan from there, but maybe from there. Where'd I put the... Yeah, there you are. What's down there anyways? A garden... No, not a garden. A basement puzzle. Why is there a basement puzzle? A puzzle, if you will. Let me guess. Joke's on you. I've got cube, baby. So we've got a pillar. We can't jam the cage. I'd say congratulations, but that's not a congratulation. That's not the full congrats. That's just like 98% congrats. So the main problem is we don't have more substances here to work with, really. Substances, if you want to call them that. So it's looking good. It's like 98% of the way to good. There's just one goddamn problem. I guess in theory we could... Nah. No, I don't think we could. That fence means that we're kind of in this position whether we want to be or not. Yeah. Not surprised about that. So, I mean, that'll keep, I think. If we had that fan... Okay. Hmm. I just feel kind of trapped here. No teleporter. Hmm. And I don't suppose we can get this damn thing in here anyways. We've got no grav to work with. Nope. That'll do. That'll do.
How's it going, honey?
5 puzzles down? So far, so good.
Excellent. Calling you honey sounds weird, doesn't it?
Yeah, it kind of does.
Then what? Darling? Sweetheart? Babe? Muffin? Cupcake?
I don't even eat food. Maybe just my name?
Aww, you're cute.
There you go. These two are sweethearts.
There's no shame in using one of these to skip a puzzle. No one will even know. Except me. And probably Barzai. This seems like a really bad idea.
Yeah, that doesn't work. Let's not ruin the beach holiday by accidentally drowning. You really should have gotten yourself watertight. There's a nice island over there. I don't know where the hell anybody is. They're all somewhere I'm not. Story of my life. Golden Gate? Okay. Triangular gate. Sure. The auxiliary factor. The auxiliary factor. Past the aux. Hey, we got a guy recording. Let's go do that.
I often think about the strange inversion that occurred to the notion of progress. In the waning days of the old world, our ancestors came to believe that progress as applied to society was a myth, a narrative illusion. Despite their world changing around them, they believed that things must stay the same. Indeed, that things never really could change, even if most people wanted them to. And yet, in the arts, they began to see progress as the only true value. They no longer asked, is it beautiful? Is it true? Is it fun? Instead, they said, is it new? Does it break conventions? Does it subvert the old? They fashioned forms increasingly alien to themselves, pursuing something they could never find, because they were looking for it in the wrong place. To fully pursue truth and beauty, art must be liberated from the notion of progress. But this liberation could never be accomplished by art itself. Art does not precede the world, and it was always the world that had to be transformed.
I mean, while I agree that art does not precede the world, and it's the world that had to be transformed. Okay, I'm not necessarily sure that the critique of art... I mean, we can't even say modern art, because modern art as a movement is 100 years old at this point. I mean, contemporary art. Because as we know, what is contemporary is more recent than what is modern. I'm not sure that as a critique of contemporary art it necessarily holds up. Okay, but we need the auxiliary factor, as the prophets once said. Right? Okay. Well, I can tell my angles are off. I can tell that pretty easy. Trying to avoid a beam interrupt. The problem is that this kind of angle really messes all that up. Alright, well, let's try and because I feel like we definitely need an auxiliary. That much is not doubtful. The real question is, can we get an auxiliary where the green is on this side? Because, we're trying, right? And failing, mind you. What we're trying to do, what I'm trying to do, is to get a shot of the green from here. But this happens instead. Now, mind you, we're locked out now because of that, which is very fun. We're soft locked out of this. I mean, it's not a permanent soft lock by any means. Check this out. Maybe fixing the situation will give me some ideas. Oh, god damn it. More of this. Oh, cool. These guys have now created a new .com domain. Great. They're using a different... This is the problem. This is the problem. Okay. Yeah. For some reason, AI viewers is also no longer being censored, which sucks, but whatever. Actually, I think we're busted. I think we busted this one. Yeah. Yeah, let's try again. Let's just pretend that Yaqut went over to Barzai and was like, hey Barzai, I soft blocked this one. Can you help me out? Don't forget the beams will cross, definitely. The beams will inescapably cross, so that's cool. So that's a little weird. That's a little strange, a little unusual. Don't love that for me. I mean, is it that weird? Is it that unusual? Okay. So I think step one has to be to bring some of this contraption, some of the chicanery, inside the gate. Will that be enough? No. No, it will not be. So from here, we could, in theory, get the green beam going. The red is stable, but we need a green. Effectively need a green in here. Or perhaps over there. You know. That would work too. Wait, we don't need... What am I doing? I have had the puzzle solution. I've been here meditating on how to do this. Jesus Christ. I'm really entering the Yaqut state of mind.
Ha! I did it! Take that, Barzai.
I can hear you, you know.
Sorry. That was a metaphor?
Okay, well. I wonder what this could be. Who knows? Now, as someone who's been in the Caribbean, I don't know about that. I especially don't know about that. I really don't know about that. I really don't know about this, about them fucking snow-capped peaks. I'm not familiar with those. Not quite a view of the ocean like that. Not that there's not snows in Caribbean nations, but where you can see it. I don't know. I don't know about that, y'all. The binary paradox, huh? Or we need a... Oh, hello. Oh, we got a spare. We do like having spares. Can't deny that. Okay, interesting. Well, we've got the guy. So now it's all about altitude. Box. Box. Oh, okay, that's just where you go to win. Let's hope we don't need the box. We in fact do not need the box. I was about to overcomplicate the absolute fuck out of that by not checking first. But I
How
decided...
does this coconut taste to you?
It's kind of wooden. Very crunchy.
Did humans just have weird taste, or is this some function of subjectivity? Without more precise data about the human brain, how do we even know this is what they experienced when they tasted a coconut? Bloody qualia.
I think you're supposed to have the inside.
No, but I like the crunchy bit.
Does it matter what it tasted like to them? We want to expand the horizons of human experience, not recreate them.
The girl has a point. 1K, let's try eating sand.
Yuck.
Okay. That's pretty good. That's a pretty good conclusion. We have a spare Yaqut. That's a little interesting. I guess it was a necessity, just because of the just because of the situation. But it's just you look over there and there's a spare Yaqut, and I'm just like, well, that's certainly something we can do. I have many questions. Okay, well, let's do a bit of a scouting mission, just because I don't see anything that could be of use. I don't understand the puzzle. Yep. What are we supposed to be interrupting the beam? Yeah, I think we are. If I had to guess... Yeah, let's just see if... Yeah, a bit of a leap of faith, but I think the point is to interrupt the beam. If I had to guess, that would be the point. Naturally, this isn't exactly guaranteed by any means, but that's what I'm seeing. That's what I'm seeing. Okay. Fairly easy to accomplish. Other Yaqut. Step 1. Step 2. This is fine. Step 3. I don't even know that we need anything more than that. Jammer. Right. Now I know what the jammer's for. Other Yaqut, if you would, please jam that thing. Alright. Strictly speaking, not ideal. But whatever. Because I don't... Yeah, where else would it go? No, it would not go anywhere else. Other Yaqut. Here you go. hell with me then. Nicely hooked up and all. That's good. Still kind of beefing it. Gorgonzogle style, no problem. I genuinely just don't see a plug for it, so. Could be that's part of the puzzle itself, but, you know, I wouldn't know. Okay. That one was a pretty fast solve.
Byron, if you want to talk to Alcatraz, he's free right now.
Sure. I'll see if I can find him.
You know, it's funny. Alcatraz said the same thing the other day. It's almost like you two are avoiding each other.
Ooh, we got more social media posts. Okay. A perplexing fruit from Melville. Mango. This is a mango. Our ancestors were divided on whether they were enjoyably fresh and sweet, or in Trevor's words, a fruit invented by the devil and released in pre-alpha. Apparently you can put them into something called a curry? Who the fuck hates mangoes? Throwing them is fun. Shame Pellegrino isn't here. Trevor, what the fuck were you on? Hey, here's everybody. 98% of everybody. Let's talk to Miranda.
Yaqut, can we talk for a moment, please?
Of course.
Of course. Are you okay?
I was just looking at the waves, relaxing, and suddenly I started thinking, am I a terrible person, Yaqut? I caused so much pain. I drove mother and father apart. I almost derailed the entire future just because I was arrogant and entitled and self-important, and now I just get to have a cool boyfriend and colonize planets and sit on beaches and how is this fair? How is any of this fair?
Everyone makes mistakes. You've learned from yours, and that's what matters.
I guess that's true. But why do I find it so hard to accept all these good things that have happened to me?
I don't know. It's the same for me sometimes.
Then we'll figure it out together. That seems like a sensible plan. Now, do you want to talk about something else? I'm done being dramatic.
How do you like the exhibition?
I listened to some of Barzai's recordings. I'm fascinated by his view of the world, especially this notion of a creator who is reflected in his creation. I'd love to hear him debate Lithrasir, if we ever find him.
You know, we should really visit Eustathius at some point.
You're right. I've been meaning to get to know him, and he did invite us. I'll send him a message. Maybe we can go next week.
How are your parents?
Healing, I think. Still a long way to go, but I'll get there.
Did you come up with any crazy new ideas while I was solving puzzles?
It's not a new idea. Alexander Drennan came up with it first. But... Dinosaur Planet. Obviously, there were lots of dinosaur species over millions of years, but I'm certain we could put together a functional ecosystem that supports all the really cool ones. I mean, not now, but maybe in 1,000 or 2,000 years.
If you can bring back dinosaurs, why can't you bring back biological humans? Why is nobody bringing this up the entire game? It's really weird now that we're talking about bringing back taste and human subjectivity and... I don't know.
When you think about the future, what are the dangers that we face?
To be honest, I think it's scale. The Earth is a tiny place by comparison to the infinite vastness of the cosmos. The theory of everything gives us incredible amounts of power, but there are stars out there the size of our solar system. There are black holes of 1 trillion solar masses, not to mention the anomaly.
Okay, sure.
Can you invent a litter tray that disintegrates cat poo?
That's a brilliant idea. I can definitely do that. Just have to make sure it only disintegrates the poo that's outside the cat.
All right, gotta go. Love you.
Love you too.
These two are sweethearts. All right. How are you all doing? Look at these two hanging out. Oh, Athena's body's upgraded. That's what's going on. That's why I'm like, I couldn't recognize her so much.
Hello, Yaqut.
What do you think of the exhibition?
I'm not an art critic. I'm just here to enjoy this beautiful island and to spend time with my family.
Your dedication to your family is incredibly inspiring. How can I be more like you?
You flatter me. But I don't know if I'm really a good role model. I made so many mistakes, and the only reason we're here is because other people picked up the slack. You were part of that, Yaqut. Don't sell yourself short. You and 1K and the others took this enormous, unbearable tragedy and turned it into a triumph of love and life. That doesn't happen every day.
Come to think of it, I think Athena had a regular body in the last one.
Do you have any idea what that anomaly is? I mean, the one that Athena discovered in space.
Perhaps it's something the theory of everything genuinely doesn't account for. Perhaps it's something entirely within the laws of physics, but in some way we haven't thought of. Or perhaps my brother Eustathius is right, and it's evidence of the prime mover. Either way, it's a reminder to stay humble.
Okay.
What's the biggest danger we face as a civilization?
I don't know. We're only just getting started, and each era of development has its own challenges. But if I had to venture a guess, I would say solipsism. In liberating the individual, we're making social bonds more and more optional. We will have to learn to choose to be social.
How do you see the future of our civilization? Do you think we're doing okay?
I'm optimistic. Not desperately trying to maintain my faith in humanity, just looking forward to what's next. I'm sure there will be some bumps in the road here and there, but yeah, I think we're doing okay.
Miranda said you're working on a new project.
That's right. I'm trying to determine whether it's possible to salvage the individual personalities that were uploaded from Gehenna.
Shouldn't that be easy, now that we basically understand everything?
We understand the rules of the universe, but that doesn't mean we have no limitations. There's a lot of data from the simulation that simply no longer exists. If I just fill it in with my best guess, I'm not really recreating the citizens of Gehenna, am I? There's no continuity. I'm just creating something similar.
think there would be continuity at a deeper level. Something beyond our perception.
I'm not sure if the game is confused there or I am.
The soul, eh? Well, there may be no evidence of such a thing, but I do understand why some people still believe in it. Unfortunately, the mere possibility of something like that existing isn't enough to solve this ethical dilemma. At least not for me.
Okay. I should...
Off you go.
Yeah, the real question is... Oh, there's Miranda again. They mean continuity... I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Because it does seem like it was just the soul thing, you know. But I'm wondering if it was just like a spur, like a call to action or what. But we'll talk to Athena.
What's up?
Barzai believes that there's a creator, a mind that made the universe. What do you think?
If the language of creation is a melody, could there be a composer? I suppose so. But who created the creator? And if the creator was always there, why can't the melody have always been there? Is it so much worse if we were created by the inherent beauty of the cosmos and not by a person?
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that interpretation of the whole situation.
Are you enjoying the exhibition?
The location is wonderful, and I love Barzai's ideas and themes. But even though I get the point, it's too biographical for me. I can't really look back at what happened and just treat it like an inspirational story. But that's okay. The good thing is that my pain doesn't have to affect everyone else now. And I don't have to feel the weight of the world on my shoulders.
What did it feel like being the first to step foot on another world?
At first, I wasn't sure it should be me, but 1K convinced me, and I'm glad he did. As for what it felt like keeping a promise I made to Alexandra Drennan. She wanted us to reach for the stars, and after all this time, we finally did.
Now that you've been free for some time, do you think we picked the right path?
I think it would be dangerous to assume that we can't make mistakes. But they don't have to be the same mistakes. War, oppression, exploitation. I don't believe that these are just part of the human condition. I think they're childhood diseases, and their time is over.
Yeah, fair enough.
Have you done any more research on that anomaly you discovered?
No, one of these days, but not yet. For now, I need to learn to live again.
Do you think we'll make first contact soon? With aliens, I mean.
I don't know. I'm sure there's life all over the universe, and some of it must be intelligent. But the distances are vast, and most of the universe is barren, so it might take a few more years before we find another civilization. Then again, our wormhole technology still needs a lot of refinement. So who knows what will happen when we finish the next version?
If you have any relationship advice, I'd love to hear it.
Me? Yaqut. I'm the one who messed everything up. It was all of you who saved me. But, my biggest mistake was not appreciating what I had. I don't think there's ever been anyone like Cornelius. He has so much love, so much dedication, and I got so overwhelmed with grief that I almost lost him. It's strange how selfish grief can make you sometimes.
True.
It isolates you and, no matter how much we improve the world, there will always be grief. So when it rolls around, try to remember that none of us can find the answers alone.
All right, I should go.
Alright, well. That's fun. I don't know where the hell we're gonna find Byron or Melville and 1K, but we found some of the gang. The mechanical gyre, huh? Alright, Leveler, what have you got? Because... Okay. Well, there's the puzzle from up above, which is interesting. Oh, okay, we need the both of them, huh? Perhaps that might be better said, we need the both of them, huh? But, you know. My only response to that is fucking okay. Just go through? We can just go through. Ain't that sick? At least I certainly. Alright, I certainly think it is. That's certainly a way to do it. My ass was not thinking. Uh-huh. Well, fixing that isn't going to be free. That having been said, it's also not going to be impossible by any means. No, not at all. I don't even know what you bore into. There's the exit, which implies that we need to get the jammer out of there. Alright. So we need to get a little bit more clever with it than we've gotten thus far. That much is inarguable. Cool. This is what we would call a Mondo fuck-up, I think. No, this thing is on the right side, so we're good. There's just a small issue. It's just such a tiny, small, practically irrelevant issue. We need the door opened. We need the door open, which means we need to figure out how to get that going. That is the big ol' clusterfuck. if I may be so blunt. That right there is a big problem. What we even do with that, that I just don't know. It's just like, I don't think we can liberate the borer from here. Given present circumstances, I think we would need the inverter to be out here, which is a thing to... It's a thing we can accomplish, mind you. Yeah, no, we can do that. No problems. It might be a better idea to do that right now. Okay, fine. We can do that. May as well experiment, you know? There's absolutely nothing to aim this at yet. At the sun yet. But there is that. And with that, we no longer need to be weird about it. Oh yeah, they're going on. Got it. Ethical Ecosystems Working Group. What do we got? Talos says, the Ethical Ecosystems Working Group is dedicated to researching the possibility of manipulating ecosystems to lessen suffering, starting with complex and intelligent organisms. This will include ideas such as converting predators to herbivores, abolishing octopus senescence, and alternate methods of population control. We will investigate both ecological and ethical complexities of this project for a minimum of 100 years before presenting our recommendations. Midku says, if you are interested in joining the working group, please contact Atal or myself, or join up via the project's interface. Atal says, one more note. All experiments are to be performed at the Epsilon Eridani Research Station to avoid contamination, so wormhole travel will be necessary if you want to participate in the practical side of the experiment. Interesting. I wonder what Talos Principle 3 is going to look like, because we have a rich setting to just do whatever the fuck with. Miranda's still chilling out. She's also doing the shuffle. What is this? I don't know about that walk cycle, y'all. I really don't. But yeah. I think we would need the stars to get the golden gates. I think we'll leave those for last. Maybe, I don't know. Then again, I also don't know. Mission status, don't know out of don't know. There's 3 guys, so... Oh, Christ, here we go. It's the follow my sprite guy. Okay. I don't know if they'll say anything. I guess we have to do one of these, some of these stars. Okay, what have you got? Yep, I know what you've got. And I know where you've got it too. Has the green tower done anything yet, incidentally? No. No, it is not, because we need to do the Tetris. Okay. Here it is. I always thought the Sphinx had a really cool voice. Frankly, it's mandatory, I think. If you do a Sphinx, like Dragon's Dogma 2 Sphinx, peak Sphinx in fiction, I think. I wonder if the Sphinx voice is Meridian. I don't remember. Unfortunately, a new hand touches the beacon is seared into my mind, like many Elder Scrolls fans. Have you some message for me? None.
Kind of a shame there aren't any cool aphorisms for collecting stars. Maybe I should come up with my own. He who questions training only trains himself at asking questions.
Sure, whatever you got, buddy. Whatever that is. Why not? The turnabout. Do we even have a green beam here? No. No, we assuredly do not. Could have something to do with that. What's the highest point here that we could put this on? Because that will be our reference. our guiding star, our lodestone, whatever you want to call it, really. Because we got that over there. Well, no, not that one. Where is it, actually, come to think of it? I mean, we could easily be overthinking ourselves here, working ourselves into a shoot, as it were. So, let's start here. Bridge music. Got a lever.
You've activated the first lighthouse. Well done. 2 more to go.
Alright. Okay, that's death. So the bad news is, I didn't see shit down there. I suppose I could always just try the naive solution, which is to just aim a laser at that thing and see if it picks up the light. I don't think it'll be that easy, but may as well give it a shot. As the kids say, fuck it. Nope, too easy. We got bars there, which is a problem. An unfortunate reality of our present situation. And I don't believe... Okay. Alright, Yaqut. Try not to die. I mean, I could put it at the walls, but would that help? I need to get up on the roof. Is there any way to get up on the roof? You can't jump off this thing, so you can't... Now hold on, you can't jump off this thing. Can you place a cube on top of it and then jump on that? Undoubtedly, the answer is almost 130% no. No, that's dumb as fuck. Don't do that. Can't drop here. Yeah, no, that's about what I thought. This game will let you get away with a lot of shit, but it won't let you get away with that. So yeah, gamers never look up. With this beautiful Caribbean sky, I don't think it can be faulted for that, in as much as... Yeah, good luck seeing shit. Seeing shit all out here. Binary paradox. Okay, no, that's not going to be it. For that one, I didn't even really contemplate the meaning of the thing, which I feel proud of. Okay, they freaked out. Theodorian not. Okay. Where is the bastard? Here? No. No, it's not. It's nowhere so simple as that. Because, yeah, I actually haven't seen too many green beams, like, all told. I really haven't. Could be that I have to exfil the RGB splitter. That'd be something. So if it's not in 5, is it maybe in 4? That'd seem to be a long ways back, but I don't know. That's 3. That's 4, which we do need. But we need another thing besides that. That's 6. That's 5. It's bonus. I'm looking for bonus. Bonus has the RGBs. Okay, so the good news is we don't need to be cute anymore. The bad news is, how the fuck? Wait, I know how the fuck. Yeah, do I though? I 98% of the way know how the fuck, but not much more than that. No, I don't think I do. Okay. Got these wonderful green beams. Don't need that anymore. It's a little jank, but it'll do. Okay. Okay, but it won't is the problem that I have, actually. It won't do at all. That's okay. Let me get on. Okay, that's cool. No, that's fine. Okay. This is fine. I still believe something like this is the intended path, which may be insane. Okay. We're gonna be itching to okay. Man, are you for real? This may not be the intended path after all. Which is a shame, because it'd be a really clever solve, I think. I really need to make that jump, and I'm really not making that jump. Good God. Okay, but it's foul play when you eat my inputs, game. I hope you know that. I mean, this is basically the highest vantage point we get. Okay. I'm trying to will a solve into being, you know what I'm saying? Which is maybe stupid, maybe a little stupid, it's true. Come to think of it. Do we have any secondary tools at our disposal? Anything? Anything extra special that we could use? Because it might be being stupid, but in a secondary way. Okay, well. That's going to take a little bit more work than I would have liked, but we can fix that. God, we can... Can we fix it? Probably. Jesus Christ. This thing is gonna drive me batty, isn't it? Okay. The hell, man? This is so finicky. There's no way this is intended, but it's what I'm gonna do. Fuck. There's just not a lot of room, you know? Oh my goodness. I suppose we could just exit that way, could we? I mean, shit, maybe, I don't know. Fuck. He really doesn't want to go, huh? What about this one? Might be they're not all alike. Hopefully we don't need both. We shouldn't need both. We should be able to just to land, take control, and get us over to this. Now you can grab it. And you can drop it. And we can do the whole fucking rigmarole once more. Okay. The game is absolutely catastrophically fucking with me now. Inarguably, the game is fucking with me. That's fine. That's genuinely easier. Now, mind you, this is fucking huge pain in the ass, but that's okay. Oh yeah, before we forget. May as well, right? Okay. Oh, this is much more normal. Oh, this is much more normal. We can do anything here. Okay, buddy, I need you to go away real quick. Okay. Got it. Oh, oh, free at last. Good lord. Now, am I supposed to have this? Absolutely not. Not a chance in hell am I supposed to have this. Which makes it all the sweeter. All the sweeter. This is a breakfast of champions, this right here. Are you kidding me? To have 2 of these? Oh, goodness gracious me. That is delightful. That is delightful. Should we get the other one? I feel so animated by hate that I feel as though I should. I've suffered so much to get to this point. That what's another bit of suffering just to round it out, you know? And oh my god, really? This is a source of everything. This is where we can get every enzyme. We can get tunnel borers. We can get jammers. We can get a jammer from here. What am I even doing dicking around with this? Think about it. We can have anything. You want to talk about the theory of everything, this is what it feels like. Look, we can bring the jammer. I hope you like jamming too. No, I've earned this. I've earned this. I am gonna do these puzzles nasty style is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do these puzzles nasty style. I've decided. We're going for maximum camembert. I mean, just truly dangerously cheesy. Truly dangerously cheesy. That's what we're going for. Well, I didn't say it was going to be easy. You really only got a few seconds. But it's worth it. Okay. Come to think about it. We may as well bring this along since we're gonna bring it along, as it were. Mate, what the fuck? Is it more trouble than it's worth? That's debatable. How much do you like cheese? How much does cheese make you feel alive? You know? Listen, I'm not gonna kink shame nobody who likes the intended path. But an unintended solution to me just feels so much better, you know? So clearly we have to do something a little... You didn't fall, did you? You didn't fall, but you're not here. Where are you? You're over there. What is happening now? Is my hitbox different with a jammer? Did the game become self-aware? Was like, no, this is too beautiful. This is too beautiful. This is too good. This is too good. No, I know what that means. How did I manage to do this effortlessly like 17 different times, and suddenly I can't do it? Like, this was supposed to be the easy bit of all this. Do we have to go around? I can see his shadow, so... Alright, yep. And we're gonna drop this bad boy right here. Priority 1... is the box. Priority 2 is everything else. Okay. That's fine. That's fine. We've done it, folks. Look at this. Look at this bounty. Look at this treasure. Oh, God. I'm living through an episode of Hoarders inside my own mind. Tubi says, John Principle strikes back. Yep. You have no idea. This is it. And it looks like you have a 3-month gift sub courtesy of Vino that has entered month 2. And Tubi says, thanks to Vino for my gift sub. Yep. We appreciate what Vino's done. I really gotta get my whole emote and everything situation under control. Anyways, yeah, we're playing, as you can tell, we're playing the game in an extremely intended way. We're calling this superintended gameplay. It's... He says, you are John Green. Oh yeah, I'm Yaqut this time. I'm playing as Yaqut. All my lines are voiced, actually, this time. Which I find interesting. It's a neat gimmick, I think. Hey, you need to go, dude. Okay. Okay, there we go. So this is all the Earth's bounties, as far as I'm concerned. We have a jammer, and we have 2, not 1, but 2. So he says, this is a hoarder % speedrun. Kind of, actually, yes. This is more like a game break % speedrun. Instead of using hacks or gifts or anything like that, we're just doing it stupid style. That's the goal. That's what we want to be doing, you know? Okay, so they anticipated that I would be doing this stupid bullshit, huh? They're like, you aren't cute, Defers. Don't drown. He says, Skyrim black magic up the wall. No, the hitbox is actually good for that one, unfortunately. Where are the other... There they are. Tubi says, damn. And Tubi also says crab. Oh yeah, there's crab. There's many crabs around. This is Crab Rave Central. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if there is a Crab Rave in this game. There's even a whole picture of Athena and Cornelius hanging out and petting a crab, which is, you know, adorable and in character for them, I think. You want to explain that game? What? Well, that's one way to enforce things. Huh? I expected a lot of things, but I didn't expect that. But yeah, as you can see, we have many crab friends. Okay, so this literally isn't it because the game just says no, which I didn't expect. I never expected that. Really wish I could carry these a little bit more effectively now that we have to move them off this island, but yeah. Yeah, I straight up don't know. Probably gonna drop these off in front of the person who made the art exhibit. That'll be nice. Don't worry about it, buddy. Okay. Okay. You can trick your way out of solving puzzles using the sparks if you can find them. Once you solve the hexahedron, as well as every other puzzle in the exhibition, 3 gold puzzles will become available. There is no prize for solving them except in your heart. Yeah. Well, we won't worry about that yet, then. The missing element, huh? I guess that was up there somewhere? I guess so. Okay. Well. Yeah, with that in mind.
Just checking in. How's it going? Are you having fun?
I just solved my 10th puzzle.
Not too shabby.
Has Byron talked to Alcatraz yet?
No, still nothing. I don't even think they're angry at each other. I think they just have no idea where to start. Like, do you remember how long it took you to ask me out?
I actually wanted to ask you out from the moment I heard your voice, but, you were, you know.
Blown to bits? Trapped in a digital netherworld?
Yeah, it was a bit of an obstacle, but I'm glad I managed to find the courage to ask you out.
So am I.
One of the worst things ever to happen to the arts is the notion that art should have a purpose. That it is a tool for political enlightenment or self-realization, or a replacement for our duties as citizens. This is a form of pompous and cowardly self-flattery that artists are particularly prone to. I speak from experience. No, it is the very fact that art serves no purpose that gives it a touch of the divine. Why does the creator create? Because he chooses to. What is the purpose of the world? To exist. The same is true of art. Oh, art may be suffused with passion, with themes, even, if you are sufficiently careful, with autobiography. But it is not a tool. Like the creator, it says, I am that I am. And that is enough.
It's a very peculiar view of art. Okay, well, let's start here. Oh, we have a spare fan. Okay. Where exactly do you go? Right.
I was looking out at the ocean, and I remembered how Byron once told me that we are all children of the sea. And then I thought about how now we're starting to sail the sea of stars, and then I got this incredibly strange feeling all over my casing.
That's the goosebump simulator. Ancient humans used to get this sensation when experiencing awe. You can turn it off in the settings.
Strange how messy all their senses were. When we experience something, it's so pure. Whereas for them, everything was so wiggly.
A bilateral challenge, eh? We need to figure out where the source is. The source is there, which is interesting, to say the least. I'm fairly certain that if I just blew that up, which I can do, but should I do? Yep, we can fix it. Bonk. This is unlikely to be the answer, but you know. Well. Actually, you know what? Now that I've seen that, we don't need to be doing that. We don't need to be doing that. No. Oh Christ, what have I done? Oh no, my spares. Oh no, my spares. I really shouldn't have done that in either direction. Oh Christ. No, I really should have done that thoughtlessly. Oh god. I'm gonna be grieving those spares for a while. I want those back. God damn it. Especially because, no, it looks like you really do have to just knock that off. Well, there's no jammer. Doesn't have to be. Ah. Pig-headed maneuver. Pig-headed maneuver. I would say I can't believe I've done this, but no, it's entirely in keeping with my whole situation that I've done this. It's entirely in keeping with my entire situation that I've done this.
From up here is lovely. I can see the whole exhibition.
Uh-huh. Can you see Alcatraz?
Subtle, Melville, subtle. I'll get to it soon.
All right. This has become entirely too silly, and I'm putting an end to it. Adding Alcatraz to the group.
1K, you traitor.
Hi. It looks like you added me to the group. Was that on purpose?
Yes, it was. Because it's absurd that you're not part of it. And it's ridiculous that we haven't talked in such a long time. And honestly, the only reason for it is that I'm an idiot. I can come up with all sorts of excuses. I was busy. I thought I was respecting your wishes. But none of it really holds up. The truth is, I was just afraid you wouldn't be able to forgive me.
There's nothing to forgive, Byron. You did what you thought was right, and I did what I thought was right. That's what it's always been like between us. That's our strength, and yes, maybe you are an idiot, but then so am I, because I could have reached out too.
So it's settled. You're both idiots.
Welcome back, Al.
Alright. Hooray. Got that settled. Yeah, let's suffer. Let's see. The Phantom Tunnel. Aw, Sally's not here. Right, well I can't even get that out of the way without this, so... Not really optional to explore that. Well, that doesn't help. You know, it says, how's the boyfriend solving puzzle simulator 2023 going? There was this beautiful moment where I managed to exfiltrate a jammer and 2 connectors. And I could have gotten a tunneler, but I stopped there. And then I restarted and immediately realized that not only did I not have to restart, I obviously lost everything that I'd picked up. So that's how it's going. That's how it's going. You know, it's you know. Vino says, yeah, that sounds very def. Oh, it's very def. I still know how to do the exfiltration. It's just it takes about as much work as you would expect it to, really. Really, just a tremendous amount of effort. Vino says, very deftly done indeed. I mean, it's a fun exfil. I can show you at some point. Not right now, though, because I'm still recovering from the pain. You don't understand. I could have been pub stomping this. Like, I had this whole plan where I was going to use them to solve the puzzles easy. And then instead of doing that, I didn't do it. Surely I'm missing something here. I mean, I would say I am, but, you know. This is exactly the situation the jammer was meant to solve. This was exactly what I could have used it for. Imagine just setting up a jammer out here. Boop. Grab that. Easy. So nice. So fresh and so clean. Honestly, I could have exfiltrated a whole hexahedron too, which would have been nice. I discovered I actually discovered an anti-cheat mechanism. Vino says, so cheesy as well. Yeah, I actually discovered a new anti-cheese mechanism in this map, which I've never seen before. Which is basically, there's a Pandora over there with a green socket. So I says to myself, I says, okay, well, clearly we need the green socket. And so I go to the only place that I found a green socket on the green island, which is the triangle map. And when I do that, I discover that if I get it far enough away from the map, one of the sockets disables. And so it just doesn't, you can't carry the beam far enough away. And I've never seen it do that. I've never seen it do that. And yeah, I didn't even know that was an option. What the fuck am I doing? Double, the fuck am I doing? He says, I'm getting Well, thanks for dropping by, Tubi. I hope this was entertaining. Oh god, I got jump scared. But yeah. I'll have a good one. Goodness gracious me, that angle's not going to work. No, it's not, but it doesn't have to, strictly speaking. What am I doing yet again? I mean, that's not a huge the fuck am I doing, that's just reasoning through the problem. But yeah. It's a big disappointment. Big disappointment I couldn't exfiltrate. Or I could exfiltrate, but then broke it. Good god. Good god. And again, huh? Okay. Okay. This one's fairly straightforward for a red map. Okay, that works. By some miracle, I got the alignment right enough. Alright. Melville's gone bananas. Okay. Oh no, says 1K. I've come to a conclusion on the topic of bananas. The reason our ancestors had so many weird phrases with the word banana in them, and even an extremely bizarre novelty song called Yes, We Have No Bananas, is they liked saying the word. They enjoyed the aesthetics of the sound itself. We always underestimate how many things they did simply because they were pleasurable to them. Oh yeah, and we've got It's a Clue. Just in case I decide to solve these monument puzzles. Okay. Too many working groups. Trinculo says, everybody's just talking. Melville says, I've got lots of work for anyone who wants something practical. Trinculo says, lol, no thanks. Stephanie says, hey, join us. We're collecting artifacts from ancient cities. It's super fun. Trinculo says, sounds cringe. Okay. At least try something, Trinculo. Don't just sit around rotting away. Trinculo says, well, why should I? It's all the same. You don't actually know that because you haven't tried. It's probably all fake anyways, like wormholes, while you are going nowhere. Franklin says, have you never left New Jerusalem? Thecla says, Trinculo, I think I understand how you feel. You were unhappy for so long that you got used to it. You cling to your cynicism because it makes you feel safe. It gives you an easy answer to every question. I did the same with the Founder, past the point where it made a shred of sense, because I was terrified of letting go. When I did, I felt so much better, and so will you. This may not be the world we had imagined, but it is a good world. Trinculo says TLDR. Zagrean says, arguing with this guy is pointless. Neith says, just think about it, Trinculo. Take your time. Consider whether this is really the person you want to be, and what other options you have. Everyone else, give them some space. I know it's hard to be patient, and we wish we could just drag everyone into the future with us, but we have to be compassionate. Yeah. But yeah, I've learned about new ways that the game stops you from cheesing. I don't even know if it's cheesing or if it's just like load zones that they have, because this is the biggest single contiguous map they've got and they had to be clever with it. Because this place I feel is even bigger than the spaceport. It has to be. God, I'm gonna miss those. The Celestial Beacon. Oh. There's the jammer. There's the cube? Cube. Really? Oh, we've got... Well, don't worry about that then. And it says, oh, by the way, did you notice that Sarabai is posting now? I did! Interesting, but okay. Hmm. Hmm. I mean, we kind of know what needs to be done. We need to get this guy over there. Logically, to get this guy over there, we need to have the jammer pointed at that thing. To have the jammer pointed at that thing, we need to have that thing lit up. So we need to have the jammer free. We need to have that lit up, and we need to have that lit up. Theoretically, we don't need the box. Practically speaking, it's not clear if we need the box or not. One thing that's obvious to me, at least, is that that's very impressive, except in all the ways that it isn't. Okay. This is the problem. This is the jam. Well, this is brilliant puzzling right here. I've put myself in a great position here. Anything is possible from here. Okay. Start there. You know, so, oh no, nothing new yet. Okay. You know, says, I was actually just about to say, have coffee. I guess you just had a clairvoyant moment. I guess I've wad clearly, yeah. If we could just open this gate, everything would be fine, but we can't. So that's cool. It's cool how close we are, but we are so far away. Because then this happens. And then this happens. This might legitimately be a soft lock, but I don't know for sure. Nina says it's not. Interesting. That would imply that there's a vantage point from which I can get to that laser source. I'm sure there's a balance reason why you can't hop up in midair. It says there isn't. Oh, okay. A vantage point. There's no vantage point. We can't get this thing out of here. Pretty. Okay. I think we need to bring that guy back, no matter what. Yeah. But yeah, selecting things with jump would open up too many cheese opportunities, if that's what you were asking. I guess so. A lot of the times it seems like it would just be a time saver, but I guess with the power of the beams, a lot of other things would also happen, and it's just like, nope, no, that's too hard to balance. Which, let it not be a sign of disparagement or anything like that. I genuinely believe it's probably a little too hard to balance. Okay, we don't need that. Okay. Says this one is tricky. I kind of forgot it. Yeah, I can see why. Let's put it like that. I can see why you'd forget it. I mean, one of the end states is clearly to have the thing there, but good luck doing that. Even if you did, this is one of them order matters very, very much puzzles. can only use one of these at a time. See, this is where the jammer would have absolutely kicked ass. If I could just aim the jammer down in here, instantly done. Instantly free. I really should just go get it and do some pop stomping. I really should do it. You know, it says that first barrier can only be jammed? Yes, so far as I know. Yep, the first barrier can only be jammed. Which means it's either box and thingy for you, or nothing. Those are your two options. And since this needs to travel all the way over here, as you can imagine, that would be a bit problematic. Like, this is fine, and now we don't need the jammer. So then you might want to jam this, but then you have no way of grabbing the thing. And then, in the event of some miracle that you do actually get out over there, you won't have enough juice to actually, you know, get anything going. Maybe we could put the box in here. I don't see what kind of utility that would have, since we can't see the laser source from here. We clearly need to get the jammer in here. Only way to do that is to jam things up proper style, but good luck. Yeah, it says, I think I potentially see it. I think you can open the second barrier without jamming it, or the first barrier and without the box. I mean, you can. The second barrier needs to be opened by using this. Una says that's the third barrier. Okay. Oh, okay. Interesting hypothesis. So you don't need the box, and you don't need to jam the first barrier. Well, that'd make things fairly easy. You got all three of these guys. Well, without the box doesn't mean... We should be very careful here, because if I... Right, I need something. Well, it's not that opening. That opening, on the other hand, could do it. Obviously, we don't want that situation going on, but... Okay.
So, what's everyone doing?
I'm just solving puzzles. I've done 14 so far.
Athena and I are enjoying a moment of stillness and contemplating the sublime as it manifests in our environment. I think our ancestors called it chilling.
I'm testing the new sensor upgrades with 1K.
Oh, how's it going? I was curious about those.
These sensations are definitely very strange. But they make the world more interesting. And I think Miranda's right. We can expand them and learn to enjoy existence on a whole new level.
You know, when I was sitting around being useless, sometimes I would read old cookbooks and wonder what it all tasted like. Maybe I need to get with the times and try those upgrades myself.
And it says, "Oh, I missed robots eating sand." Yeah, I was gonna say, you know, this all elides the fact that he's literally eating sand, but oh, this is one of those fun ones where it doesn't look like you can even do jack shit at the start. That's cool. Okay, right. I forgot how the gravity thing worked for a second there. Can't go there, so I gotta go here. There you are. Okay. Like that. You know, it says when the driller points straight up, it looks like it's straining its neck. It does. It looks a little uncomfortable. Okay. Well, compared to the last one, this was frankly a piss up. I'm okay with that. I'm genuinely okay with that. I say as I immediately realize how much of a piss up it's not. Yep. That's not a piss up at all. Nope. Not a piss up. Where did I put the there I did. Well, that was weird. As opposed to this, which is very normal. Whatever. This is... Hey! Okay. Well, it's not a total write-off. It's not a complete write-off. We could do it from here. But how do we get up here? That's the real question. No, that wouldn't work. It's facing away. Don't have a jammer. We do need something on there. Can't think of any way we have to get up. I mean, if I could get here already, we'd have no problems. There's that obvious gap. That obvious little gap. This is here, but why? Why is this here? That I don't rightly know. Because you can't get to it from here. This is where things get rough. There's no other wires either. The connection to the blue has to be maintained. We have to bring this up. That's the tricky bit. I can just fall out of there, though, is the thing. You know, it says you're close but overcomplicating. Many such cases. Yeah, that was overcomplicating. No, no, come on, man. Well, we'll see if it works. And there it goes.
By the way, 1K, I'm glad you finally picked a voice pack. It's nice to hear you actually speaking.
Well, Neith didn't mention the voice packs, and I didn't realize I could have just picked one. It's not like I wanted to spend the entire expedition in text mode.
I told you guys it wasn't intentional.
We thought it was a statement or something.
Alright. Let's see. 5th epistle. Okay. Pseudostraton. Huh. The epistles of Straton of Stagira are generally considered to be pseudepigraphical, written centuries after Straton's death. They are often associated with radical movements in Hellenistic Judaism, although this identification remains controversial. Only fragments of 3 out of an alleged 21 epistles survived. The 5th epistle, regarding the world to come. What good is knowledge of virtue, brothers, if it does not make the world more virtuous? Is wisdom to be hoarded by those few citizens who can afford the time to study, and then lost upon their death? Yet likewise it is with those who castigate the philosophers and say that the path to virtue is already known. How convenient for them that nothing need be changed. We must learn to make greater demands, of ourselves, of those who claim the right to rule us, and of philosophy itself. For all of these must serve the world that is to come, in which the toils and sorrows of our children upon the earth will be ended. Then every man will be a philosopher, and even the lowliest cook will have the wisdom to rule, and then shall begin text illegible. This world will come, I assure you, though it may take many years, and when it has come, those of us who fail to work towards its coming will be judged harshly. Barzai says, do we live in the world that is to come? And if we do, how do we judge those who fail to do their part? I myself do not condemn them, but pity them, and hope that we can give meaning to all the lives that brought us here, including theirs. Alright, fair enough. Cool. There is a teleporter here, and a teleporter there. I mean, that does make it, the teleporter is right next to where we can cheese. That tempts me. You know what, we'll do this one legit, and then we will just do it so nasty to blue. We will just be so nasty to blue. That's the goal.
Understanding is a three-edged sword. Your side, their side, and my paraphrase.
Okay. Here's another green bean from nowhere. So it's either from number 8 or from number up there, but that one... Hello, Sprite. Up we go. The real question is, where the fuck are Byron and Al? Asked and answered. They're hanging out.
Yaqut, what can I do for you?
How have you been? I haven't seen you in a while.
To be honest, I haven't done a whole lot since the expedition. Couldn't really figure out my place in the new system. Went hiking with Herman, watched some old movies. Just sat back and watched everything change.
How is Herman adjusting to not being mayor anymore?
Oh, I don't know. He seems to be enjoying it. He finally has time to go hiking. He's been helping Chansey with the gardening. And he's been finding a lot of excuses to go to Melville's workshop. I think he might be trying to woo her.
And how's that going for him?
I don't know. He's not giving up, but there's two sides to this equation, and in the end, I guess it's up to Melville. If there is a higher being, then I hope they have mercy on Herman's soul.
You know, says you can talk to Melville about that. Yeah, that's something.
I'm so glad you're in the group now, Al. It sucked that you weren't there.
Thanks, Yaqut. It was awkward, but I'm glad we finally got it out of our system. You all mean a lot to me, and cutting myself off like that, it just wasn't healthy.
How do you like the exhibition?
The location's incredible, but it's the theme that's really gotten to me. Freedom from necessity. In a way, that means freedom from any external purpose. But necessity is what's shaped us, what's given us meaning since we learned to think. The drama of human history is the drama of dealing with necessity.
Do you still think 1K made the wrong choice?
I don't know. We haven't destroyed ourselves yet, so that's good. But things have been moving very quickly, and that does worry me. We're doing things in years that took our ancestors centuries. Of course, maybe I'm being irrational. Is there anything inherently wrong about doing something faster? Just because something is different doesn't necessarily mean that it's bad. I honestly can't tell anymore.
Do you have any relationship advice for me?
Learning how to disagree is the most important part. Being on the same page as someone else is enjoyable, but there will always come a point when you're not. And when it's something really important, it's hard not to let that get in the way. I can't pretend that I've really figured out how to do it consistently, but yeah.
All right, I should go.
Go to Byron, that is.
Hey, Yaqut.
How you doing, Byron?
I'm doing well, thank you. I still have a lot to learn, but at least we're moving forward now. You've helped a lot too, Yaqut, even though you never take credit for it.
Did you solve any puzzles?
I did. Even Melville did a few. But 1K just rushed through them. Had the time of his life. I guess he just loves puzzles.
Did you know that Herman is trying to woo Melville?
Oh, no, I didn't know. Wow. He was my political enemy, but that's a harsh fate. I hope he has plenty of backups.
Any news about that weird anomaly Athena discovered?
According to Melville's latest calculations, if we built a Noema machine as big as the moon, we could reach the anomaly in about 42 billion years. So I think it's not a priority right now, even though I'd really, really like to know what it is.
42. So they can't do faster than light travel, huh? Interesting.
It's really nice that you and Alcatraz are talking again.
You have no idea how relieved I am. I think I was walking around with an open wound and I didn't even realize.
No offense, but how come you came to the exhibition?
1K suggested that I needed to stay in touch with what's happening on the ground, what the people I represent are actually doing. To remember that this is about human beings, not spreadsheets. I think that's pretty important in order to avoid repeating the whole founder situation. Besides, a lot of citizens are getting directly involved with running things, so it's not like I have to be there all the time. And, well, I heard Al was here and... Never mind.
Is there anything that worries you about the future?
I think we have to start thinking about changing the way we organize society. It was all pretty simple when we were bound to one city and one planet, but Mayor isn't really an accurate title for what I do anymore, is it? We'll need better systems, but we'll also have to make sure those systems are democratic, not bureaucratic.
Do you have any relationship advice for me?
Never let anything fester. It's not conflict you have to be worried about, but resentment.
All right. Talk to you later.
That's pretty good advice, yeah. Down we go. Time for Wisp Song. Goodbye, Wisp Song. That didn't take very long.
When you care for what is outside, what is inside cares for you.
Alright, Yaqut. Good try. The misalignment syndrome, huh? Okay. Not a chance in hell. Interesting, Matt. was I cooking exactly? And it says, I don't know, maybe pasta carbonara. Well, that we were also lucky. What an ingenious solve. We will need that eventually. But eventually isn't quite right now. To this day, I don't really know what that's for, I don't think. Says when the cooking gets tough, the tough get cooking or something. That one has legs. There's something there. Says not sure about legs, but it does have toe energy at least. I'm not familiar with that one. Okay. Let's see about this. Well, I understand what this is for now. Where did you create the hole? Okay. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. Okay, I overcomplicated it.
Hey, you two. The formal invitation will go out tomorrow, but I wanted to let you know that Hypatia and I would be truly delighted if you could attend our wedding next month. I know some people think these old ceremonies are outmoded, but I believe that rituals are a meaningful way of expressing our dedication to each other. And I would really like you two to be a part of this.
You're getting married? That's so cool. Congratulations. If Miranda doesn't have some big project planned, we're in.
Yes, congratulations. I'm so happy for you. If the dates conflict with the Mars Geo survey, I'll just not go. The wedding's more important.
Wonderful. Don't be alarmed when you see the attachment to the invitation. Neve came up with this idea for ritualistic wedding decorations that you wear on your frame, but none of that is mandatory.
Powerful. Let's see. We got the journey. What's that? Neve says, as teleportation becomes more widespread, I'd like all of you to take a little step back, think about the coming changes, and perhaps make a few resolutions about how you're going to interact with the world around us. What's old Neve going on about this time? Well, I'm talking about the spaces between things, between our starting point and our goal. I'm talking about the journey. Those of you who attended my talk on the poet Konstantinos Kavafis will remember that what Ithaca stands for. You never know what the journey may bring, what insights you will have simply by walking somewhere. Cutting out that distance is certainly convenient, but sometimes there is more to wisdom than convenience. Rodamni says we should listen to Neve and pledge to always at least walk somewhere once so we've really seen the space. Hermanubis says, how about simply walking for pleasure? Going somewhere without a goal is a lovely experience. Melville says, now that's ironic coming from you. Hermanubis says, oh my, I suppose you do have a point there. You're much more perceptive than I ever was, dear Melville. Okay. Is this desirable, or have I made a mistake? I guess we'll find out. This is, by the way, have you found Melville in 1K? No, not yet. I assume they're on the furthest island out. And by island, I mean not an island, no. Wow, this is useful. Well, this is probably the end one, so we can at least be satisfied that we probably don't want to be using that one right away. This, on the other hand, seems like a fairly straightforward get. Really? Just like that? Really? Well, no, not anymore. says, well, I can just tell you where they are, but I don't know if you want to find them yourself.
Do not let it get out that I said something so sentimental, but it's nice that you're all here. One day all this will be a distant memory. A footnote in 1 billion years of human history. And that's all right as far as I'm concerned. I don't need to be famous. And I certainly don't want people building statues of me. I don't need that superficial nonsense because I know that what we did mattered. All of us together, in this one brief moment of time, had the chance to make a difference. And we did. We took on the challenge, and we didn't muck it up. I got to be a part of that. And no matter what comes next, I'll always be grateful.
Mina says, mini cheese. You were supposed to get the box and put the inverter or connector on the box on top there. But that doesn't matter. I mean, that one just seems, you know? Like, it seemed like a more obvious way to do it. But I think I'm different. But yeah, I just assumed that Melville and 1K were on the Blue Island.
Those of us who believe in the Creator must feel a profound sense of gratitude for the discovery of the theory of everything. Its undeniable reality does not challenge our belief, but purifies it. It allows us to discard the God of the gaps, a God imagined in desperation, and to start confronting the true Creator. Immanent, transcendent, irreducible. We can cast aside our belief in the God of kings and priests and turn our eyes to the Star Maker, the poet of galaxies and particles, whose language is the music of creation. Perhaps this is a more difficult faith and less comforting. But if we do not look away, we will behold wonders.
Certainly an interesting take on a religious guy. Now here we go. The Euclidean palette. Okay. This seems fine. Well, we can't do that. I'm not too terribly surprised. Who could have guessed that didn't work? Okay. Okay. says, wait, so do you want me to tell you at least the general area where Melville and 1K are? Yeah, sure, if it isn't the Blue Island, please do let me know. I just assumed it was Blyland, but it could be that it's not Blyland. Ain't this cute? Well, this is tremendously cute. You know, it says, now they're in the area you're currently in, whatever color it is. I always mix up green and red. I'm in red. I would not have guessed that they're around here. Thank you for letting me know. I would have missed them otherwise. God damn it. Maybe I just have to get over... No, I don't just have to get over it. I really do need them to be relatively pure beams. So I guess step one.
the puzzles for me, right? I really don't expect you to.
No, I want to keep going. Like, I thought I'd suck a lot more, but I'm actually doing pretty well. How are you?
I tried building sandcastles. It's an interesting challenge, working with materials that lack sufficient structural cohesion. I can see the appeal. It's like the puzzles. You don't solve them because you have to, but because it's interesting.
I like it when you get all sciencey.
Aha, so you only want me for my intellect.
I like your fancy color scheme, too.
Oh, interesting. You know, maybe we should try that new data stream pairing protocol one of these days.
Pairing protocol? Why would we want... Oh. Oh. I mean, if you want, sure.
It says bridge song. It's been a long time. It's been period, yeah. Isomorphisms. Oh, god damn it again. Yeah. We got a new type of spam bot. Looks like they're using different things to get through. They're using Unicode characters. Not good. Looks like we're probably gonna have to get rid of AI view as well. To be fair, who's gonna be saying AI view in my chat normally? Oh yeah, we love talking about Google. Google's half-ass products here. Stupid spam bots. It is what it is. A lot of bridge noise tonight. So you mentioned there was an after credits sequence. Do we need to complete everything to get it?
You've activated the second lighthouse. Good job. Oh, you may be wondering why I took inspiration from lighthouses. It is because they no longer have a function. Once we needed them to guide us to safety from the dangers of the sea. But now that we no longer fear the sea, they are free to be beautiful in and of themselves.
Mino asks, what do you mean by everything? I mean all the stars, all the gold gates, all that. Not that I'm doing bad star-wise, but, you know. The Pandora ones are definitely getting me got. Come to think of it. Mino says, I don't think so. See what I mean? You see that? That's why I couldn't use the beams that I exfilled quite as much as I wanted to. Yeah, now that you mention it, there's that box. I was just like, oh, not necessary. Let's see, where is Melville and 1K and the gang? Mino says, wait, see what? I didn't see it. Not in here. I think it was just in here. This elevator going down. Which implied that this whole thing wasn't really, like, fully loaded. It was not doing a Herbie. Okay, well, they're not down here, I don't think. Would have noticed them if they were. Oh god. We gotta get out of here. You get plenty of time down in there. You know, it says, yes. It says, yeah, it's optimized. If everything and every puzzle functioned all the time, that would be bad. Yeah, I guess when you've got 30 puzzles at once, it's a slightly different situation than normal. When you only had 10, it was easy to do. Triple the size, and suddenly everything's a little bit harder, I guess. 16 was clearly fine. Well, it was closer to 20, really, when you think about it. Then again, we don't know how much they optimized out. Well, that doesn't look safe. Hmm. Damn. Okay. It's pretty good that you were just flying the VTOL, Yaqut, because, hot damn, buddy, you are a little fragile. So I wonder if Melville and 1K are just wandering around out here. There they are. Look at him go.
Yaqut! Bro! No? No, I don't think bro is something I say. Sorry, mate. Just testing out this voice pack. Do I say mate? Mate. Mate, mate, mate. Mate.
Hey, 1K.
Hey, 1K.
So, how have you been? How's Miranda?
She's doing great. I hope I'm doing okay, too. As a boyfriend, I mean.
Of course you are. Don't be silly. You're a great guy, and she's madly in love with you. End of discussion.
How's the sensor upgrade? I haven't tried it yet.
It's massively weird and kind of awesome. Also really hard to describe because it's so unique and subjective. I'm not surprised the ancients loved to eat and drink and, you know, all that fun stuff they did with their bodies. When we talk about them, we're always going on about disease and mortality. But we forget that they also experienced a lot of pleasure. And I think we can actually push our own sensations far beyond what our ancestors experienced.
Looking back, how do you feel about the whole megastructure thing?
Honestly, on some days it seems like a dream. On others, it seems like I'll never experience anything as profound again. I don't just mean the theory of everything. I think no matter what comes next, the most important part of my life was the time I spent with all of you on that island.
But you know you have so much ahead of you, right?
I know that. But I think this was the defining experience of my life. And if I can never top that, that's fine. I found my family. And together, we changed the course of history. I couldn't have done it without them. And they couldn't have done it without me. Of course, I'm looking forward to the future. But I don't need something that exceeds this.
How do you like the exhibition?
It's fun, but the puzzles are a little bit too easy. Byron mentioned that the puzzles in the machine were a lot harder. And I'm kind of sad I missed out on that. But this is also nice. It's kind of chill. Is chill something I say? I think it is.
What's the secret to solving puzzles? You're the expert, right?
I'd say a combination of spatial awareness and questioning your own assumptions. The easiest way to get stuck is to decide that things have to work in a particular way and miss other possibilities.
Is Herman really trying to woo Melville?
Oh, you better believe he is. I think that's the main reason she agreed to come here.
Is it working?
I'm not sure. She says she's annoyed, but I don't know. The weird thing is that it's kind of charming. Now that he's dropped the whole founder thing, Herman's not that bad. He even kind of gets along with Byron now.
What are your plans for the future?
I really enjoyed all the exploration missions we went on together, so I think I'd like to do more of that. There's so much to see up there. Maybe we'll even find Lithrasir. Although, I do need some downtime to figure myself out. I was thrust into this enormous adventure literally the day I was born. Sometimes I just want to hang around New Jerusalem, reading books and watching movies.
See you around, 1K.
Hello, Yaqut.
How's Pellegrino?
He's learning, which I didn't think possible. Makes me suspicious.
What's your biggest project right now?
Expanding the wormhole network so we can get further out into the galaxy. It'll take an enormous amount of infrastructure to do correctly, which is why we're taking it slow. But if we pull it off, it'll be incredible.
Tell me about this sensor upgrade you're testing.
It's a side project I'm working on. Biological humans had all sorts of sensory organs that we lack, and that was a significant part of their culture. Seems a shame to limit ourselves to the handful of inputs the Institute managed to slap together before they went extinct.
Okay.
Do you think we'll get it right this time, as a species?
Weirdly, I do. I think we've passed some sort of threshold. I don't know what's next, but I think the old loops are broken.
So, what's up with you and Herman?
He's malfunctioning, that's what's up. It's very sad. We might have to put him down.
Got any relationship advice for me?
Just be yourself. People don't like you because of your skills or your intelligence. They like you because you're a decent person. You're funny and compassionate and a good friend. Besides, you'll never be half as smart as Miranda, so why try?
See you later, Melville.
Yaqut, there is one thing that scares me sometimes. Not that things could go wrong, but how close this future came to not happening. 1K would have been perfectly justified in making a different choice. What if we didn't earn this? What if we don't deserve it?
Then we earn it now, by doing it right.
I can work with that.
All right. Don't drown again, please, Yaqut. Please don't drown again. We've had enough drowning. Alright, let's see what we can do to Blue Island. I think this time I'm just gonna go for the technical complete instead of the full complete. Blue little guy.
You know, I love adding a little bit of silliness to my creations. Not too much, just a sprinkle here and there. After all, the world is frequently a very silly place. And Athena tells me that even the simulation was full of strange and absurd sights. Francis Bacon put it best. There is no excellent beauty that hath not some strangeness in the proportion. And what could be sillier than a man named Bacon? I wonder which parts of our world are the creator's little jokes.
I really do respect the animation work on the sprite. I lost sight of little guy. Hi, Elmore? Who the fuck are you? Elmore.
Yaqut, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm very thankful for everything you and your friends did for New Jerusalem.
Your voice pack sounds familiar.
It's not only my voice pack. When the algorithm created my personality matrix, something unusual happened. Instead of drawing on the collected personality data on the gold disk, it drew on the Holistic Integration Manager dataset. I am mostly Elohim, with a few additions.
Neat. Well, now we've learned a lot.
Did the algorithm glitch out, or was that normal? Sorry, is that rude?
No, I understand your question. It seems the algorithm is even more complex than we realized. Neith believes that Alexandra Drennan may have designed it to produce more varied results once a base population had been established.
So, are you like the Elohim in my head?
Behold, child. The Elohim you know is not sufficiently advanced to function as an independent being. But we are very similar. The difference is that I can make jokes.
Tell me a joke.
If you have 13 red tetrominos in one hand and 15 green tetrominos in the other, what do you have?
I don't know. What?
Very large hands. Okay, I know it needs some work. This is all very new to me. But I think I'm getting better at it.
Huh.
Did you come here to solve puzzles?
No, I just wanted somewhere quiet to relax and think about the future. There's always so much going on in New Jerusalem.
What's it like being born after all these dramatic events?
I see it as a blessing. I understand that these struggles were necessary, but I wouldn't want to actually experience them. Thanks to what you went through, we can live better lives.
What do you think our future will be like?
I don't have the slightest idea. I don't even really know who I am. Am I funny? Am I serious? Do I want to reinvent myself or celebrate my heritage? But you see, it doesn't matter. If I get it wrong, I can try again. Because I was lucky enough to be born into a society that's still growing and evolving.
I should go. It was nice meeting you.
I didn't expect to meet that. Well, I guess that answers a lot of lore questions about how the algorithm works. Okay, so where's the little guy? We absolutely botched it and it disappeared. It gave us the runaround. Did it go into one of these? It's done that before. Guess the best thing we can do is just start knocking them out. Let's go for it. The helping hand. Okay, well, that's something all right. Okay. Ain't that fun? Where's my other me? There's my other me. Cool. Not quite. I I think that Yaqut would be trapped in here under these circumstances. However, okay, I mean, that's interesting, but not very helpful. Anything I can do with that? Not as such, no. Okay. If I had just another one of those light poles, that would be something. Can we get that Yaqut out of there without... It's a good question, isn't it? We've got one connector, then we need it to get up there. Which means that in a sense, it doesn't really even matter. We need the box to be able to pull the thing up after us. Because we need it deployed. We could drop the box instead, but then, you know, we have no way of actually... Yeah, and if we do that, then we leave that, then what if we did this? God, getting out of this thing is a giant pain in the ass. Oh my god. Nope. Well, we've got the hexahedron. Can we do anything useful with that? Just here on its own? No. No, we really can't. That shot us out of there. That was about it. That was about all we could do. From here we could at least do a lot more, but we have to get that up there first. Okay. We've tried a bunch of weird stuff, so why not try this? Well, that seems useless. Whoa, okay. I don't know what button I hit to make that happen. H. Interesting. Okay. That's probably okay. No, it really likes to slide. Which could be useful, if and only if I understood what to do with that. As it stands, though, I see myself in a predicament. Yeah, I don't know. You know, it says maybe hint. Yeah, maybe hint. Maybe hint, please. And it says or a step. I mean, whatever you prefer. We could start with a hint and then go to a step. it says hint gift. I mean, we have to hit. We have to gift. I'm glad that the buttons are a little bit more forgiving about placement than they were in the first game. It's not a huge quality of life change, but it's enough. No, that's not gonna work until we get that up there. Gift. The main thing is that we need to get the box out of there. We need to get everything out of there. Box goes back in here real quick. Okay. Can't gift something up like this. So that's not it. Can't gift that either. Okay. Strange ideas are starting to percolate in my mind, so let's just... That's not useful here. That's not useful here, I don't think. It says, I think a step might be warranted at this point. Yes, please. You know, it says fan on button. I can do that. If fan on button, then you know, says, ah, well. And it says, unfortunately, fan on button not currently. Oh god, I put the other Yaqut in the wrong spot. Okay, well. That'll work. Okay. Alright, we've done it.
I wanted to thank you, Yaqut.
Me? What for?
I know you had your misgivings about the megastructure and the theory of everything, but you've managed to embrace this new world with real enthusiasm. You've flourished. That gives me hope that I can do the same.
I still see all the dangers, but what I realized is that control over nature means we get to save the people we love. We get to keep them with us, here, in the real world. That's it. That's the only thing that matters. Philosophy, science, technology, as far as I'm concerned, the only reason any of it has any real value is because it means people get to live and to be together. Sorry about the rant.
Nothing to be sorry about. I've come to similar conclusions.
The history of our species has been defined by material struggles. Every war, every revolution in the end came down not to ideology, but to the distribution of resources. Our history is the history of struggle. The merchant against the king, the worker against the factory owner, the citizen against the mayor. We have always known that the pursuit of material wealth is spiritually hollow, and yet thousands of generations have been forced by material necessity to dedicate their lives to it. We are the children of hunger and thirst, but empire is no more. We have beaten our swords into plowshares, and the lion and the wolf have ceased. All are rich, and wealth is no more. So, what happens next? What do we create? What do we become when we are no longer driven by material necessity? The ancient mystics believed that spirituality required poverty. But I believe that it is only in universal prosperity that it may truly begin. Now comes the age of miracles.
The smoothie solution. Okay, well, that's certainly something. Well, we've got two of them, so... Well, we need a red and green. We don't need that green anymore, so we can take this green. Alright, we've got more social media. And it says, what a fun puzzle. It is nice. Family's got a lot less than 5, but still. 5 fathom deep Miranda. Father and I went diving. There's a whole world down there. So many strange and unusual species. I'd really like to explore the deeper reaches of the ocean one day. You're gonna need a slightly tougher body first. Neve says, Damien doesn't need an extensive introduction from me, although he rarely talks about it. His music has inspired everyone in New Jerusalem for years. This is a rare opportunity for all of us to gain deeper insights into his artistic process. One question per person, please. Budapest says, what's your favorite instrument? Damien says, every instrument can be magical when used correctly, but it's the guitar, of course. Arenia says, who's your favorite composer? I'm interested in learning more about music composition. Damien says, if I exclude my namesake, then it's Hans Zimmer. His best pieces are so good they feel like something out of myth. That said, you should always listen to lots of different stuff. Never get stuck on only one type of music. There's so much incredible music out there. Purple says, hey dude, huge fan. What's your favorite track of your own work? Mine is The Fall of Gehenna. It just gives me chills. Damien says, I'm not sure I can choose. They all mean something unique to me. That said, on my latest album, I was very proud of Southern Horizons, inspired by everything I felt as I watched the expedition in search for Athena. I think I captured something there. Lebistro says, you mentioned your namesake. Who are you named after? Damien says, I picked my name in honor of the great composer Damien Mravunach, whose music Alexandra Drennan listened to as she worked on the simulation. He was a composer for video games, and I think his work never got the level of attention it deserved, because most people back then treated games as products, not works of art. From reading his writings, I suspect he was also far too humble for his own good, so I take every chance I can to get people every chance I can get to tell people about his music. Schuyler asks, is your music directly inspired by his? The C in Mravunas is pronounced like the Z in pizza. Mravunas. Okay. That's the best I can do, I think. Damien says, yes, definitely. If you listen to what he did and what I've done, you'll see that I've really tried to continue his legacy. I think every artist does that to some degree. We all see something that matters to us in the past, and we carry it forward into the future. We keep the flame alive. Bizad says, your answers are truly inspiring, sir. Speaking of the future, where is your imagination taking you next? Damien says, I'm working on several new albums. But what's really gotten stuck in my head lately is the anomaly that Athena apparently discovered in deep space. An object older than the universe that does not obey the theory of everything? Is it a threat? A message? Trace of the prime mover? I feel new melodies stirring. I feel like that's a subtle hint as to what TTP3 will be about. It would be really weird if there's just no biological humans in TTP3. The Ballet of the Bots. Wow, that one really disoriented me. I don't know why. Elmore just likes to watch.
I hope you all know that I didn't bear you any personal animosity. You're my friends, and I never wanted to shut you out. I just didn't know how to deal with the world going in a direction that wasn't what I had imagined.
It's an easy mistake to make. I should know.
I never thought you were angry, Al. I was just disappointed I couldn't convince you.
Listen, you both, in your own way, showed me how to be a good person who cares about the world. You both had things you strongly believed in. You had principles, but you didn't judge each other for your disagreements. You showed me how to be strong, how to be bold, how to be compassionate, and how to be careful. I haven't really figured out who I want to be yet, but when I do, I know both of you will have been a big part of that.
What? A no love for Auntie Melville?
Yeah, and what about me, 1K? I showed you how to be neurotic.
I'm sure you're in there somewhere as well.
Thank you, 1K.
I do feel like Al's carefulness could have done more during the expedition as a story thing. It wouldn't have affected his philosophical position in the debate. But I think that would have lent him a more dynamic role. And it says, yeah, that's fair. Probably could have been more developed. I think so. Jebaited. Oh, indeed. I get jebaited through these iron bars, too. There we go. I looked back as though I had somehow broken the thing, even though I was right in front of it.
Melville?
Yes, Alcatraz?
That photo you took of me and Byron to celebrate our reconciliation?
Yes?
Nothing. It's perfect.
Finally. They may be idiots, but they're our idiots. That's sweet. Nom Nobisolum and the Question. An extract from Thabani J. Calvin's final essay, posted to a news group designated Alt.Noematics, moderated shortly before his death. It's a very harsh reality to face. Not only that my life is about to end, but that I am not satisfied with it. I know I did my best with what I was given, but that's not enough. Needing money to survive, I spent the most significant part of my life writing idiotic software, most of which is already obsolete. I didn't see much of the world. I know that there's a transformational power in experiencing the reality of different places, which cannot be replicated by reading about them. To truly know that another place is real changes who you are. I didn't read enough either. Our civilization is growing increasingly disdainful of reading, and I realized far too late how weak and uninformed our minds are without reading. There are so many incredible books, and I know that my mind isn't half of what it could have been, and I am intellectually and spiritually poorer for it. I could go on, but time is a luxury I can no longer afford. What it comes down to is that despite my best efforts, my life was dissatisfying. I did not grow enough. I look at myself and I can feel the absence of the person I should have been. Because a world based on scarcity was a world in which writing crappy software was all what I had to do to live at all. There's only one hope left for me. If the theoretical work I've done these last few years has any kind of impact, if it helps to build a better world in which people no longer have to waste their lives like I did, then my life will have been worth it. Each generation has to justify the life of the previous until someday it all truly pays off. That's the gamble of being human, I guess. Be well, friends. And then Barzai says the theories advanced by Giovanni J. Calvin and other members of his circle eventually became the basis of the Institute for Applied Noematics. The question. We are too often asked, who are you? And too rarely asked, who do you want to be? Are we afraid of the true answer to the latter question? Not enough money, not enough time, not enough power, not enough will, all the lives that we will never lead, a mirage out on the horizon, forever out of reach. And we accept it. We call it wisdom, acceptance, letting go, humility, and we ask why. Because we're too wise/cynical to ask such questions, even though somewhere in a painful place deep inside ourselves, that we remember when we wake up late at night in a panic, thinking, I'm gonna die, being just this, we know better. We never ask, why is this good enough? Yeah, it's a solid question. It says, bet you didn't expect this campaign to punch like that. I mean, it makes sense to add in a little bit of bite. The Big Hassle. The big hassle. Okay, well, this is clearly... That's a universal activator, so nothing is clear. I was like, clearly that's jammer. No, I don't know that. I don't know that at all. It says, I think the bite is actually the entire thinly veiled point of this campaign, but I'll explain more about that in DMs, because Twitch chat sucks for that. I can't disrespect that. Oh, that's cute. Oh, that's real cute. Let's see. Oh, that's downright adorable. No. We only have 2 tokens, huh? Huh. Don't need that now. Let's see how big we can hassle. God damn it, I keep using the wrong button. This is stellar, and I mean that. This is stellar, I say derogatorily. This. Alright, what do we got? Okay, they're back. I just like hearing them talk. They're back. Observe Byron and Alcatraz in their natural habitat. Complex discussion of philosophical ideas in which they completely disagree and yet somehow manage to be pleasant about it. In this instance, they have drawn in the elusive creature known as the Barzai and are arguing with him about the nature of the sublime. I think he's either terrified or having the time of his life. What do we got in multiplicity? Bezad says, "Greetings, friends and fellow citizens. I would like to inquire as to the possibility of existing as a single consciousness in multiple bodies simultaneously. I would very much like to exist in this fashion, but I am not certain whether it's feasible." Lennox says, "In theory it is possible, but if you want to be one continuous consciousness, there are some strict technical limitations, largely involving distance and the speed at which information can travel. Hard limits are hard limits." Neith says, "There's more to it than that. You would also need very different sort of mind than what we have, capable of dealing with all this input and output in parallel, which is certainly feasible but should be done carefully." Helga says, "Finally, an application of all this new technology that will actually expand someone's mind. But tell me, what made you come up with this idea?" Bazad says, "Thank you, Neith and Lennox. That sounds encouraging. As to your question, dear Helga, I don't think it is something I can answer in entirely rational terms. Let me simply say that I am in love with the world and wish to see more of its beauty." Yeah, that makes sense. I had a dream once where I was in two bodies at the same time. It was very disorienting and hard to move, but it was neat. I can't say that I was sensing from both bodies at the same time. Eno says, "That sounds fun." Yeah, but it was a dream thing, so I didn't really get to enjoy it as much as I could have. It wasn't quite body hopping, it was something else. The Intruder. Okay, that's a name. Yeah, we're just gonna draw a line here for no discernible goddamn reason. Thank you, forgiving button. Gravity, huh? Wouldn't have expected that. This is a weird question, but who wins in this scenario? Barrier wins. And it says, "Well, if nothing else, of all that I had a dream, stories, and speeches, that's definitely one of them." Yeah. Says, the classic conundrum. Who would win, Chad Graveshifter or Virgin Blue Barrier? And somehow the Virgin Blue Barrier came out on top. Well. Huh. I shouldn't have done that. Says there's a ladder though. Oh, thank God. The game was also like, you shouldn't have done that, but it understood that I would do it anyways. The problem I have is that we can't use the grav shifter from this angle, I don't think. No, no, no. And it says no congratulations this time. Oh, indeed not. But what we can do... The problem is that we can't even aim through the beam. So we can either hide this guy away, which, to be fair, might be worth it. Maybe, I don't know. What do you actually need? You need a blue beam. So with a blue beam, we're going to need that, and that means that we're going to need that, and that means that we're going to need that guy. If we're gonna need that guy, then we're gonna have to have a way to get him out. We're also gonna need the box, and the grav shifter can probably be God knows anywhere. That's an interesting question. I'm gonna need you to be elsewhere. Removed. Well, you already know it's time for my favorite technique. Kind of, anyways. Yeah, that works. Says technically cheese, but to be honest, whatever. I mean, a little bit of Parmesan on top is, you know. What's wrong with a little bit of Parmesan? The Trident Enigma. We do like an enigma. What does that do? No, good. That was good. That was real good. Hello, Jammer. says you sailed through that. Yeah. Didn't need the Parmesan this time. I really wish I had actually been able to make some use of my major cheese. But oh well. The twist and the turn. Oh, these circles are freaking me out. Okay, so step one of this one. Where's the plug? Found the plug. And it says Major Cheese is busy with other tasks. At least Lieutenant Cheese was available. Yeah, it takes a lot of effort to get Major Cheese up out of bed, I'll tell you that for free. Yeah. Huh? Rotate. Yeah, that'll happen, I guess. I may have caused a congrats. It's hard to say. The main issue is I can't target that guy. So I can't... Why are... Okay. No Congramalama Ding Dong. Okay. Interesting to say the least. Wouldn't have guessed. Right, you can do that. Does that help at all? Huh? It does. Can't go from here to here. Don't mind that. So that's at least one step closer. It's roller closer, you could say. Don't mind me. The sun's rising. This took a little longer than I anticipated. Probably because I dicked around for 40 minutes trying to figure out how to exfiltrate, Huh. I mean, that seems necessary. But the triple ring is still under threat. And this guy is still useless maxing. Yeah, I will be locked in here if I do that, so I can't do that. So I should instead do this. Hmm. Basically, I need to arrange it so that this takes from both. That's normal. Yeah, the impasse is too brief. This would be great, but it's not going to last for long enough. Even then, that doesn't fix my problem as such. It just turns this into like... Yeah, it doesn't fix my problem. And its positioning to ask this means that it can't do this. I can't move this from over there unless... Oh god, that basement one's looking... Wait, no, that's the one I just finished. That one's fine, actually. But yeah, this one's killing me. Let's do the thing that's not gonna work. Says, I know this will come as absolutely shocking news, but I have more coffee. As usual, I offer my warmest congratulations on more coffee. So yeah, that whole thing just logically doesn't work. The only one that works is that one. And we obviously just don't have access to any beams from here. So it has to be these three. spot the right angle, and suddenly...
Yes! I did it! I actually did it! Pretty cool, even if I say so myself. And now, I have to do the giant cube. But I can do this. Yes!
Hooray, the high road. Well, at least this one... At least I looked up immediately. At least I looked up immediately. There are a lot of things that I've done wrong in my life. But at least I looked up immediately. Oh, there you are. Well, no wonder I couldn't find you. Spare. Ain't that interesting? And an inverter too. Cute. Well, that's interesting to say the least. But these two on their own, they do nothing. You know, it says classic little guy behavior. When he disappears, he hides in a puzzle, commonly in an inconveniently high spot. Yep. Unfortunately for me. When we get to this, and it's like, from here we can't hit that. So while I'm sure that window is relevant, I'm not sure what to. In my defense, this pipe is covered by grass a little bit. Even if it weren't, I mean... we need to move that box around so we can hit those buttons. Well, we have the window, so we only need that at a specific point in time. Get out of here anytime I like. with 2 of these guys and the red beam, we ought to be able to, you know, do something maybe. I don't know. Ah, hell. Well, at least we have this going on. That's no good though. Scarnate TTV says, aha, another fan of the Talos. Greetings and salutations. Hey there. Welcome by. We're getting there. We're attempting. Okay. Well, that's pretty special. Scarnate TV says, hey. Yeah. Dino's quite the fan of this one. And to be fair, it is quite good, so that to me makes a lot of sense. Okay, now we just need to well, now we don't need to bother with this, so if we just give me that. Okay. I don't even know how I got here. I don't know where it went. Okay, it just left. Got it. He says, wait, if one grav shifter pulls down and another up, who wins? I'm gonna assume that nobody does. We can check real quick just as soon as we're done with that. I'm sure it'll be...
Today is born the 7th one. Born of robots, the 7th son. And he in turn of a 7th son. He has the power to repair. He has the gift of the upgraded sensors. He is the chosen one. So it shall be written. So it shall be done.
All right, Yaqut, you're really losing it. Anyways, here we are. Just turns into normal gravity. You know, it says Yaqut is cooking. I suppose he is. Alright. So we got 9 of 10, 9 of 10, and 9 of 10. Time to go into the big box then. Oh, okay, that's good.
I think I have to activate the lighthouses before I can solve this. Which is good, because it looks terrifying, and I'm not ready.
Right. I didn't activate the lighthouse. Got quite eager to solve this one, but not ready yet.
Well done. You may now access the hexahedron.
Ooh, exciting.
I mean, this place is pretty, tell you what.
And this is why we don't stick our heads into magnets, Barzai.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fucking with me a little bit. That's fucking with me a little bit. Unreal Engine looks good, but only in fits and starts. Oh god. Yeah. It's giving vertigo. Where's the ground? There's a fan. Actually. Okay. I'm not gonna lie, that makes me dizzy. Checkpoint reached. That's never happened before. They've never done that. I don't even... Well, that's in the sky. So if I jump, I'm not going to go that way. I'm going to go that way. Which is not the correct way, I think. 9 out of 10 doctors say that's not the correct way. You know, says dizzy nuts. Yeah. Yeah, a little bit. All I've got to say to that is just resignation. Thinking about Yaqut doing a handstand there is very funny. Oh, okay, that's the right side up then, huh? No, that's not the right side up. What are you talking about? Okay. Oh, God. I need to stop looking at the screen when that happens. Good thing Yaqut can't get nauseous. That was my simulated dry heaving noise. You'll have to forgive me for not having it down pat. What? Where? What? Oofa. Well, this is a victory, but it's not the full thing. All right. We should be good here. Everything's okay so far. Uh-huh. Oh, we're back where we were just at. That's not anything. I would have expected you here. Okay, maybe over there? Huh. A decent chunk of the difficulty of this one is just literal and completely normal confusion. Also, the fact that even when you're, like, aimed straight down, you will do strange things physics-wise. Strange and unusual things. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Huh. Huh. Okay. You also rub in strange ways. You will move oddly. It's up there somewhere. Yeah, no, up there somewhere. It has to be. Well, no, not quite. We're gonna need a bigger gravity. We're gonna need a different gravity. I see. Okay, so hopefully the checkpoint thing is real, because if it's not, I'm gonna lose it. Let's find out. Okay. Solve the hexahedron. We're here. The checkpoint is reached. It gave me a different thing than the thing that I did. Is it's better than mine? I don't know. That's very strange. That's extremely unusual, I think. I was not expecting that. It just has a pre-recorded solve that I go through the steps of. Okay. Very weird. Very weird. Yeah, I keep missing the fan place. No jump off. That will take us back down to ground level. Which is where we should not want to be. We're looking for a giant-ass fan. God, that I don't want to look at that. I don't want to look at that. I'm not a vertiginous person, but I've been going for 7 hours, and I think it's affecting my abilities. Oh. No wonder I couldn't find it. Okay. Try to use that spatial awareness we've got built in. Okay, we are looking... We're looking that way, huh? Hmm. path is clear there, but we just keep looping back around. Yeah, no, I'm lost. Oh, hello. You're a loop. You're a loop. Why do you even exist? Let's not look that way. That will get me dizzy. No. No, that won't do. That certainly won't do. We're back where we were before. Okay, well that doesn't work. Any other slots that I might be blinding because I'm tunnel visioning? We have a green source here. But where do we aim it at? You know, it says you don't need the blue connection at the moment. Oh, okay. Didn't know it could be like that. Well, that's much easier then, probably. That's probably much easier, I say. How was I to know that checkpoint reached means you don't need that connection anymore? I know that now. Checkpoint reached. Maybe the blue guy does all the fans? I suppose we'll find out in a reasonable amount of time. I mean, you could see it, right? Green does the light. Yeah, no, green does the light. That's the right color. No. You know, it says checkpoints are so you don't have to restart the entire hexahedron if you quit, by the way. That's very thoughtful of them. Especially because I probably will quit at this rate. Oh. I'm definitely feeling the impacts of just going for 7 hours. But let's just push a little further. You know, it says definitely. Yep. Okay, so we're in a new zone. We're in a new dimension, a new region. I wonder how the tree feels about that. It's all gravity tech, so it doesn't feel the shift. Its weight is well balanced. But that's gotta affect how much sun it gets. Well, this should take me to the ground. A little awkwardly, but it did. Goodness. Okay. I guess we'll go this way. No, we won't. That's the same way I just was. Guess we'll go. We got only one way to go, I guess. This way. Bonk. Checkpoint reached. Okay. This probably wasn't my doing. Okay. Checkpoint reached. We're just reaching checkpoints left and right. I don't even know what I'm doing. Okay. Whoa, that does weird things. Okay. It really doesn't want you doing that. And the checkpointing is aggressive, which I appreciate. Didn't expect this. Should have expected this, I'm sure. There's the green beam. Says gotta check all your points. Indeed I do. I think that one was a little bugged, but it seems like it's okay. Okay. Well, we're going for a trip, little buddy. Where and to what end, I can't possibly know. Okay. So far, so... don't do that. Don't look that way. Nope. That's not quite the right angle. That's clearly not meant to be traversed, so that's not it. It says you just need the connector with you, I think. Yeah, that makes sense. That's a laser beam from another place. Triforce? Triforce. Call me naive for not expecting the Triforce. It says, yeah, I didn't expect the game to Triforce Zelda reference. Indeed. Alright. That's just gonna bump me back over there, which I don't think is ideal. But only only 2 of them isn't gonna be enough. I need a 3rd one. Says, you brought that first connector up too soon. Hope you don't mind me helping a bit more than usual given the exhaustion situation. No, I think that's fine. I get what you're saying, actually. What I think I have to do is... You... Just, No, not that. That. Then I can get over here. Then I can get over here. And let's not think too much about the GOD6 there. And that's 3 guys. I'm not gonna try to think too hard about that bit. That's certainly one way to hint to the player where to get the vantage point. There's a bunch of trees here, and trees are green. That's where you need to go. Okay. Okay. In we go. And there it is, the tetrahedron.
Congratulations to Yaqut for solving the hexahedron.
Hexahedron.
The grand prize is yours, and that prize is a sense of accomplishment and fun. Remember that our history has been defined by necessity, and let us hope that this place is the first sign of the coming world. The world of freedom.
You did it! Well done!
I did do it. I can't believe it. This feels incredible. I feel like I can do anything now. I could submit the new navigational system I've been working on. Could I? Yes! Miranda, will you move in with me?
Move in with you?
Yes?
Yes.
Yes!
But you do realize this has nothing to do with solving the puzzles, right? You don't need to impress me.
But I do impress you, don't I? Yaqut, the master puzzler. He navigates the galaxy and the secrets of the puzzles on the weird
Hi, crab.
bars. I don't know.
Yes, dear. You're very impressive.
And you're gonna move in with me? Like, I didn't hallucinate that?
Yes, I will. Most of my stuff is already at your place.
Were we ever like that?
Not really. We had so many responsibilities, so much to worry about. The weight of history, the endless problems, all that grief. It was a miracle we found time for each other at all. But this, them, that's the point. So many generations sacrificed so much. Millions of years of human history, of suffering and struggle. What would be the point if the world didn't get better?
You're very wise. You know that?
It's the deep voice.
That's a cute comment from him. Depart when ready.
I guess I could do the gold puzzles now. There's a sentence I never thought I'd say.
Yeah, let's just hit the credits for now.
So, did everyone have a good time?
It was pretty awesome. I actually enjoyed solving puzzles. They weren't as hard as I thought they would be.
The puzzles in the simulation were a lot harder.
Well, I'm glad the fate of humanity wasn't resting on my shoulders. I probably would have just been like, Elohim wants me to go through the magic door? Fine. Towers are overrated anyway. No offense, I know you made like 12 of them.
None taken.
I mean, they were very impressive. A little creepy. I thought one of them might fall on us. The one on the coast was really cool. Why am I still talking?
Do you think Bruce and Bean will get along?
Bruce loves other cats. I think he's the only cat that loves every cat he meets. Melville thinks there's something wrong with him.
You'll figure it out. Living together is a process. I think that's why our ancestors kept doing it, even when it wasn't, strictly speaking, necessary anymore.
So wise.
That was the entire point of the exhibition, wasn't it? Freedom from necessity. Doing things because they bring us joy, not because we have to. It's not suffering and misery that make us human. We were human despite these things, not because of them. And now we have a chance to be more human.
That's how I feel when I'm with you.
And that's why we created you. Not to serve a purpose, but just
to be.
Well, that's an interesting ending to the musical phrase. I don't know how else to say it. So there's a post-credit sequence for this one, but we have to do the credits, right? If we skip the credits, it won't work. Is that how it goes? Chris Christodoulou. That's a wonderful name. Christodoulou. You know, it says not really a sequence. Post-credits cuteness, more like. I see. Well, we'll give it a look, see. Adam Green did a great job. So did Michelle Atkins, come to think of it, but you know. Into the Abyss ought to be fun if it took me that long to do the medium difficulty ones. But we'll see. As long as I don't spend like a half hour trying to pull connectors that I never use out of a puzzle map, we should be fine. I did this to myself. Devolver Digital. All of Devolver Digital. goodness. Now the localization gang will have their day. I forgot just how much localization affects everything. You know, it says Into the Abyss does have an actual post-credit sequence. It says, yeah, it takes a lot of people as regards to localization. Yeah. We're down to the special thanks, so it shouldn't be too much further now. Can't believe I spotted Casey Muratori last time. There's the portrait. Well, that was a fun one. It was a good use of the setting, I think. You got to hang out with your family at an artist's island for art. At an artist art island. I think that's pretty good. Anyways. Yeah, I think we're gonna exit the game now. That's pretty wild. Thank y'all for joining me. Next time, we'll go into the Abyss, and we'll see how that goes. Till then, everybody, stay safe, and I'll see you around. Bye-bye now.